Chapter 129. The Yun sect had two main courtyards, a southern courtyard and a northern courtyard. The northern courtyard was the Yun family's internal research facility, and the southern courtyard was a research facility specially built for guest officials. The Yun family was a family of scholars with a deep background, but no matter how strong a family was, it was still limited. The Yun family was very open and generous. With generous treatment, they invited famous scholars to join them. The southern courtyard was built for this purpose. The southern courtyard's gate was 4 meters tall and 8 meters wide. It was completely carved out of white jade and was flawless. It was very beautiful and was covered in profound runes and runes. It was called the White Gate by the people of South Sky City. The scholars of Central State City all aimed to enter the White Gate, and all of them regarded it as an honor to enter the White Gate. This gate became the belief of countless young people. But at this moment, it was like an artillery shell had been fired. The flawless white jade gate had a corner smashed, and a person with a black cloth covering his head was thrown in. This scene scared the people inside the Yun sect silly. Someone actually managed to destroy the famous 100 gates. The person on the ground was like a giant bug as he quickly crawled forward several meters. He took off his mask to reveal a swollen pig face as he loudly cried out, "Save me! There's a thief trying to harm me." "Isn't that Jiang Qi? What is going on here?" Peng. At this moment, a large foot stepped on Jiang Qi's body, and a deep blue sword that was like 10,000-year-old ice was raised. The cold blade made his body tremble. He had broken the southern courtyard gate. He had heavily injured a south courtyard consecrated elder. Even a fool would know what was going on, but the Yun sect disciples did not have time to become angry. The young man's sharp eyes swept over them, and he gave a fearless laugh. "I'm here to demand an explanation. You small fries shouldn't waste my time. Quickly call the steward out for me." Jiang Qi's position in the Yun sect was not low. He was still a consecrated elder. Not only had he been beaten today, he had even come to the Yun sect. Not only was he looking down on the Yun sect, he was also challenging the entire Yun family. What kind of god was he? The young man was wearing a gray robe with a broken bamboo hat, a normal sword sheath, and a ragged cloth bag on his back. He looked just like a traveler. He was very young, ridiculously young. His hair was messy, and his appearance was mediocre. There was nothing special about him. Jiang Qi's face was filled with shame and anger. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. He probably knew how powerful this young man was, so he didn't even dare to move. The Yun sect, the holy land of Central State scholars. When had such a scene ever happened before? A dignified Yun sect consecrated elder had been held hostage by a young man. Not only had he been beaten into a pig's head, but the perpetrator had also asked for an explanation, as if he was the one who had suffered a loss. Is there any justice in this world? This was a naked demonstration, a naked provocation, and an unscrupulous slap in the face. The Yun sect disciples looked at Chu Tian with righteous indignation. The Central State's 4 great families were the Chu, Yi, Luo, and Yun families. Only the Yun family didn't involve themselves in politics, business, mercenary, or power, but no one dared to question the status of the Yun family. Why? The reason was simple. The Yun family was a true academic family. Half of Central State City's famous alchemists and symbol masters came from the Yun family. Half of the popular talismans and pills on the market were invented by the Yun family. The Central State Symbol Master Guild, the Alchemist Guild, and even the Central State Academy were filled with Yun family students. If the Chu family was said to be the family with the most martial arts aura in Central State, Then the Yun family was the family with the most academic temperament in Central State. The Yun family disciples had a strong sense of honor. The scholars of Central State were proud to enter the Yun sect. Chu Tian was using a sword to kidnap the Yun sect scholars. How could these arrogant people tolerate this? It's been many years since someone has dared to cause trouble in the Yun sect. A sharp voice came from the main hall. You're quite bold. A middle-aged man came out with two old men. The middle-aged man was wearing the robes of a Yun family elder, so it was clear that he was a high-level elder of the Yun family. His eyes revealed a murderous intent, as if he was filled with rage. The two old men were tall and thin, while the other was short and fat. They were both dressed like scholars, and were also filled with rage. Jiangqi shouted when he saw the two old men. Fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother, save me? The middle-aged man was called Yun Guangyan, a managing elder of the Yun family's southern courtyard. He was mainly responsible for managing the daily affairs of the Yun sect. Of the two old men beside him, the tall and thin old man was called Gao Haoren, and the short and fat old man was called Li Tai. Gao Haoren and Li Tai were not simple. The two of them were the disciples of the great scholar Gu Qianxiu. Because they had traveled to Central State, they were accepted by the Yun sect and became the pillars of the southern courtyard. What kind of person was Gu Qianxiu? He was the royal teacher of Southern Xia and taught the younger generation of the royal family. The Southern Summer King had personally given him the title of Great Scholar, and he was the role model of all the scholars in Southern Xia. Gao Haoren and Li Tai had studied under Gu Qianxiu, so how high was their status? The most terrible thing was that the Jiangqi being kidnapped by Chu Tian was their junior brother. In other words, Jiangqi was also one of Gu Qianxiu's disciples. Jiangqi dared to be this domineering, but Jinghao did not even dare to let out a fart in front of him. Wasn't it because of this reason? Ha 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 ha. Chu Tian faced the crowd of people and calmly laughed a few times. You have to be clear about something. I am not insulting your Yun family. Rather, I am helping your Yun family get rid of an evil. If you let this kind of worm stay in the Yun sect, I think the Yun sect will be in danger. The Yun sect was in danger. Yun Guangyan was filled with rage. Who do you think you are, daring to speak such wild words? With how wild you are you not afraid of the Yun family's anger? I am Lu Run, a wandering itinerant cultivator. I came from 1,000 miles away to learn from you and spar with you. This is because I have heard that the Central State's Yun family has a long history and a deep background. They even have a shocking character like the Purple Lightning Young Master, and the old patriarch Yun Tianhe is over 100 years old. Not only is he knowledgeable, he is also courteous and has a good reputation for being benevolent and generous. The Yun sect also has 60 to 70% of the Central State scholars. It has a strong strength and is famous throughout the country. It is the holy land that scholars dream of entering. Yin Guangqi angrily said, Since you came to learn, why did you injure him? You'll have to ask him about that. Chu Tian slapped Jiangqi's face with his sword. This kind of idiot came out. He doesn't have much strength, but he is arrogant and does not put anyone in his eyes. He wanted to cut off my tongue with a single sentence. This kind of black-hearted person that doesn't know right from wrong actually dares to call himself a scholar of the Yun sect. I beat him up in a fit of anger, but what surprised me was that this piece of trash was really from your Yun sect. This really makes me disappointed. Even this kind of scum can stand firm in the Yun sect. The famous Yun sect is just an organization that deceives the world, and the scholars of the Yun sect are just a group of people. They aren't worth mentioning and aren't worth stopping by. Jiangqi almost fainted from anger. You're seeking death. Yun Guangyan trembled with anger. Jiangqi is the great scholar Gu Qianqiu's disciple. What do you count for? You're just a commoner, a nameless nobody. You actually dared to kidnap Mr. Jiangqi and cause trouble in the Yun sect. You're even spouting shit and tarnishing the Central State Scholars' holy land. You cannot be tolerated today. Ha 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 ha. What a good, great scholar's disciple. What a good nameless commoner. I already guessed that the Yun sect wasn't good, but I never would have thought that the respected Yun sect would be a group of snobs. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You're a respected elder of the Yun family, but you don't set an example and you don't uphold justice. You only know how to bully the weak and curry favor with those in power. You're standing up for such a scum. Where is your Yun family's pride? Where is the Yun sect's learning style? You call yourself the Central State's #1 academic organization. Chu Tian faced the stern Yun Guangyan. Not only was he not afraid, he even ridiculed him. There are so many young Yun family disciples here. When they see their own family's elder act like this, what would they think? Why is the Ye family so notorious? Isn't it because they do things with a black heart and ruthless hands, causing all of these things to happen? If this goes on, the Yun sect will follow in their footsteps. You don't contribute to the family, but you do things like sheltering parasites. On the surface, you're a Yun family elder, but in reality, you're the Yun family's thief. The Yun family disciples looked at each other in blank dismay. This fellow's mouth was too sharp. He scolded the elder to the point where he didn't even have a chance to retort. Moreover, this fellow was too wild. There had never been anyone in Central State City that dared to do this kind of thing. Yun Guangyan's face turned ugly. This person had a glib tongue, completely distorting the truth. However, Jiangqi's temper was clear. He was normally overbearing, and there were already many people in the Yun family that were dissatisfied with him. Although this young man's words were harsh, they weren't wrong. Humph. That's enough. Gao Haoren walked forward. Jiangqi is a member of the Yun sect. If he does something wrong, the Yun sect will take care of it. It's not up to a little brat like him to manage it. Li Tai was even more direct. This trivial commoner dares to shout at the Yun sect. He has tarnished the school's holy land. He should be killed as a warning to the world. Chu Tian wildly laughed. I wanted to experience the Yun family's teachings, but who would have thought that I would meet a group of pedantic old frogs? Since it's like this, we can forget about learning, but how about we compare notes? What? Compare notes? Ha 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 ha. This really is the biggest joke of the year. I didn't hear wrong, right? A country bumpkin that crawled out from who knows where actually wants to compare notes with the Yun sect. Everyone broke out in laughter. They had seen people that weren't afraid of death, but they had never seen someone this unafraid of death. In a place like the Yun sect, there were many scholars and countless experts. A youth that wasn't even 20 years old dared to challenge them. This kind of knowledge was different from cultivation. Not only did it require talent, it also required time and effort. Rome wasn't built in a single day. Gao Haoren and Li Tai were so angry that they were confused. The two of them were Grand Scholar Gu Qianqiu's disciples, but they were actually being challenged by a nameless commoner brat. This was no different from an insult. Yun Guangyan angrily said, "What qualifications does an arrogant brat have to challenge the Yun sect? You dare ask me what qualifications I have? My brother Tian, coming to challenge your Yun sect, is already giving you face. This little one doesn't dare say that he knows everything, but in terms of arrays, symbol techniques, weapon refining, alchemy, martial arts, literature, and art, I have studied them all." Chu Tian did not plan on being modest at all. He revealed a domineering and arrogant appearance. "Your Yun sect can all come together. Let me see what kind of skills you bookworms have." The Yun sect could all come together? Wasn't this just seeking death? How bold! Yun Guangyan pulled out his long blade. He could not tolerate this kind of humiliation. Elder, wait! Gao Howren gave a cold laugh as he walked out. This brat's life is not worth mentioning, but the Yun sect's reputation cannot be lost. Since he wants to challenge us, why don't we give him a chance? Yun Guangyan's face fell. This... Li Tai stared at Chu Tian and said, "If you lose, let go of your junior brother and blind your eyes." Yun Guangyan knit his brows. The two of them were truly angry. The two of them had a very high status in the Yun sect. The Yun family had been declining in recent years, so the importance of the Yun sect was self-evident. These foreign scholars were the key to supporting the Yun family, so they could not offend them. "I'll give you the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Who will go first?" "I'll test you." A young man stood up. "Do you know what the medicine scripture is? Who wrote it? And when did it enter the human race?" This was a test of history and culture. The medicine scripture was a legendary ancient book. Of the people present, almost no one had ever heard of this ancient book. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. The medicine scripture is the foundation of alchemy. Its predecessor was a great ancient cultivation technique that originated from the great ancient era. It was created by the ancient god Yuliam and was revised by the ancient dragon king Kasadi. Then the great sages, led by the elven king Uglab, extracted the basic alchemy theories and wrote the medicine scripture, but it was stolen by the spirit beasts. After another 3,000 years, during the war between the humans and the spirit beasts, this book was introduced to the human continent. The young man's body trembled. Gao Howren, Jiang Qi, and Yun Guangyan all knit their brows. This was a very rare piece of information, but this little brat actually knew it. The medicine scripture was a great book that established alchemy. It originated from the great ancient era. It was a cultivation technique that could absorb the essence of all living beings for one's own use. But after the end of the great ancient era, the world changed, and this cultivation technique could no longer be cultivated. There were only a few obscure and profound fragments and chants. It was then compiled into the medicine scripture by the elves. Another young man stood up. "Can you recite the 5,000-word preface of the medicine scripture?" With these words, everyone's faces fell. This was purposely making things difficult for him. This medicine scripture was very complex, not to mention reciting it, normal people wouldn't even have heard of it. As for the preface of the medicine scripture, even a grandmaster would feel dizzy reading it. How could he memorize it? Chu Tian curled his lips in disdain. What did the medicine scripture count for? It had already been restored in the future and had been greatly modified, so Chu Tian had already memorized the entire medicine scripture. The real medicine scripture has a preface of 8,000 words, but it was passed through the spirit beasts to the human race and was translated into the human language. So many fragments were inevitably lost. If you want to study the real medicine scripture, you must be proficient in the purest ancient elven language. I'll use the ancient elven language and recite the preface for you. This is the benefit that this great master has given you. How much you can remember will depend on yourselves. Chu Tian grabbed Jiang Qi with one hand and pulled out the netherworld sword with the other, walking in front of the wall. A large amount of strange prophecies came out of his mouth. This was not a human language at all. There were over 20 different tones. The cadence, the thousands of turns, it was like he was singing, but also like he was chanting. There was a kind of strange charm that fiercely attacked everyone's hearts. Medicine scripture. Countless scholars had spent their entire lives, but they could not decipher a single thing. Chu Tian actually used the purest ancient elven language to recite the entire preface of the medicine god scripture. Those profound words attacked everyone's souls. Chu Tian recited as he swung his sword. One after another, complex and profound words were carved onto the wall. Each word was filled with an ancient and wise aura, line after line of the ancient elven language. It was as if the mysterious aura of the elven forest had been brought into this world. Chu Tian recited faster and faster. The speed at which he swung his sword became faster and faster, as if he was possessed. At this moment, he was like a poet who had written hundreds of drinking poems. At this moment, he was like a wild and uninhibited hero under the sword. At this moment, he was like a master of calligraphy. The words displayed wisdom and art to the extreme, releasing a soul-stirring charm. After reciting the last word, the wall exploded with a loud bang. The priceless chapter was completely destroyed. The Yun sect scholars all had red eyes. No, they hadn't seen enough yet. When the young man turned around, his smile was bright and his posture wild. The sunlight passed through the hole in the wall and shined on his body, covering him in a golden glow. In that instant, it was like a god had come to life. Chapter 130. Chu Tian's wonderful performance was not only seen by the people present. In a small loft not far away, an old man and a young girl also stood up. Their faces were filled with shock as they watched this scene. This old man was Yun Tianhe. This young girl was naturally Yun Yao. When the Yun sect was in trouble, someone came to inform them. When Yun Yao and Yun Tianhe arrived, Yun Yao immediately recognized that the person holding Jiangqi was Lu Ren. The two of them did not even have time to show themselves before they saw Chu Tian's performance. That flowing 8,000 ancient characters was like a flash in the pan, completely shocking their hearts. To Yun Yao, she never would have thought that this young man would be so knowledgeable, being able to understand the ancient elven language so well. This was something that not a single master in Central State City could do. The one who was truly shocked was, of course, Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe was a very knowledgeable scholar, so he was very clear on the value of the complete preface to the medicinal nerve. This young man could completely recite it, so his attainments in this field already made it hard for Yun Tianhe to catch up to him. Genius? No, there were geniuses everywhere in this era. Genius was not enough to describe him. An evildoer, an out-and-out evildoer. Yun Tianhe couldn't hold it in any longer. He was about to charge down and personally greet this genius. Who would have thought that at this time? Yun Yao would stop Yun Tianhe. What is grandfather in a rush for? Don't you want to see his other skills? Yun Tianhe's heart skipped a beat, but he was also a little worried. You can be assured. Yun Yao said to Yun Tianhe, I know this person's style. For him to appear here today, it means that he already planned this. He came to see me. As long as we don't show ourselves, he will continue to cause trouble until we have no choice but to show ourselves. This was a strange talent. He was a strange talent. He was unmoved by force or persuasion. Unless he wanted to do it, no one could force him to do something he didn't want to do. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Chu Tian to display his talent and open the eyes of the Yun sect. It would also allow Yun Tianhe to see what a true expert was. All right, let's watch again. Yun Tianhe was very curious. How many unexpected things could this young man do? As for the Yun sect's face, that was not something he cared about at all. It was time to attack the Yun sect's increasingly pompous style of study. Yun Guangyan, Gao Haoren, Li Tai, and everyone else present were all dumbstruck. How was this possible? The elves had a much longer history than the human race. They had created hundreds of languages and words, and their complexity was rarely seen. Not to mention a small kingdom. Even the scholars of a big empire might not necessarily know the ancient era's elves' language. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He did have some real talent. Just this move alone was enough to make him a fully deserving genius. No one present could hope to catch up to him. What's wrong? Are you all stupid? The Yunsek standard is only SOO. Chu Tian placed the sword back on Jiang Qi's neck. A question that even a child can answer. And you think you're qualified to challenge me? Chu Tian swore. He really didn't mean to anger them. In the future, this medicine divine scripture was something that alchemy apprentices had to learn. They had to be familiar with it, and they had to be able to memorize it. There were several mainstream elven languages that every scholar had to learn. Gao Hauren and Li Tai's faces turned livid. They never thought that things would develop to this point. This was a big problem. Forget about the Yunsek's reputation. The two of them were the great disciples of the great scholar Gu Qianxiu. If they couldn't even deal with a brat that was still wet behind the ears, what face would they have left? The two of them looked at each other. Li Tai stood up. Although I don't know where you got this prologue from. Do you think you can be so arrogant with just this? Today we'll let you know that there is always someone better than you out there. Junior apprentice brother Li is knowledgeable and has studied history and history. Even teacher has praised him for his knowledge. Gao Hauren said to Chu Tian with a proud face, I am proficient in rune arrays. Although I can't say I have inherited teacher's legacy, I have learned 20 to 30% of it. We'll give you a chance to challenge us. Who do you want to compete with and how you want to compete? Just come. The two masters were going to personally make a move. The Yun sect members felt their spirits rise. The two of them were the great disciples of the great scholar Gu Qianxiu, but they were also ordinary people. How could Chu Tian place them in his eyes? He calmly said, It's too troublesome. Let's play together. Chu Tian directly interrupted them. First bring out 10 tables of symbol array chess, and then bring out the ancient books. I want to play chess with you and compete in knowledge at the same time. Symbol array chess was a special kind of chess game, using the array as the chessboard and the runes as the flags. They would compete against each other. Not only was it a test of a person's wisdom and strategy, it was also a direct test of one's attainments in the field of symbol array chess. This kind of chess was very different from traditional chess because it used the array as the chessboard. There were thousands of array diagrams in the world, right? Using runes as the chess pieces, there were hundreds of millions of runes in the world. They were ever-changing, filled with endless tricks, filled with endless mysteries. A person who could play symbol array chess could already be proud of being an array master. A person who could play symbol array chess could be considered a peak expert. A person who could play 10 games of symbol array chess, and his opponents were all Yun sect masters. This was something that had never happened before, not to mention that Chu Tian said he would accept all kinds of challenges from the Yun sect while playing chess. He would compete in knowledge, experience, and knowledge. The ancient books he used were all from the Yun sect. This was undoubtedly putting him in a very disadvantageous position. Why would he do this? Was there a hole in his brain? No, it was clearly not. This was confidence, an incomparably strong confidence. This was even more of a disdain, a blatant disdain. Gao Hauren was also confused from his anger. Good. Then let's compete. Guangyan's face turned livid. This was too exaggerated. Even if the Yun sect won, they would lose all their prestige. Everyone did not dare to be negligent, and immediately began to prepare. In just a short while, they had set up 10 chessboards. The chessboards were very strange. They were all made of beast skin. There were triangular, pentagonal, oval, and hexagonal array diagrams drawn on them. It was not hard to see from the light that they were all effective array diagrams. As long as various runes were placed on them, they could form an effective source energy array. The talisman array chess used runes as chess pieces and used a source energy brush to draw them. The two sides would fight in the array diagram and destroy the other side's layout, forming their own array. 10 sets of array diagrams, each one different. The Yun sect brought out a large bookshelf that had large amounts of ancient books collected by the Yun sect. There were many contents that the Yun sect could not decipher. There's only half an incense stick of time left. Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. I don't want to make it hard for you. If I can't win even one of the 10 games in half an incense stick of time, then it's my loss. If I can't decipher one of the ancient books, then it's my loss. Let's begin. Gao Haoren coldly snorted and said, You first. Then I won't be polite. Chu Tian held the source energy brush in his hand, and without even thinking, he calmly wrote down the array diagrams. 10 complex runes fell onto the different array diagrams. Gao Haoren's expression changed. The talisman array chessboard was not like a normal chessboard. The talisman array chessboard was ever-changing. Not only did it have changes in shape and content, it also had changes in attributes and laws. A normal array master could only play 2-3 types of chessboards in their lifetime. When faced with a strange array, the chess player had to first decipher the array and then write down the layout. This was a very difficult matter. But what about Chu Tian? With a glance, he wrote down a stroke. It was clean and neat, without any sloppiness at all. If the runes did not conform to the rules of the array, they would be rejected by the array and would disappear without a trace. Therefore, it was impossible for the runes that were scribbled randomly to fit the array diagram. These 10 runes were engraved onto the array diagram, shining brightly and releasing an aura. This meant that these 10 runes perfectly conformed to the array diagram. The most terrifying thing was he had never seen a single one of these 10 runes before. In this talisman array chess battle, one of the most important things was to destroy the opponent's layout and prevent the array from reaching the large success realm. Now, he didn't even know what the opponent had written, so how could he decipher it? Chu Tian saw the constipated expression on the old man's face and laughed as he said, Don't be embarrassed. Your Yun sect can come together and fight with me. You're going too far. Old Gao will help you. The Yun sect's people were filled with righteous indignation. They surrounded the 10 chessboards and began a heated discussion. When Li Tai saw this, the corner of his eyes twitched a few times. With a cold snort, he took out an ancient book from his summer vacation and threw it over. What is recorded in here? Chu Tian slapped Jiang Qi's neck, knocking him out. He casually caught the ancient book. Dragon language. To be more accurate, it's the new dragon language from the ancient era. It records a story. The crystal dragon king Amishurus was born in the Bronze Age year 1331 and died in the Bronze Age year 3412. He dominated the Du Mu Plains for 500 years and was the founder of the Dark Blood Dragon Cliff. He received the blessings of the Dragon Emperor and has a total of 9 descendants. They are, what kind of complicated dragon language was this? Even a single symbol or punctuation would take several days for a knowledgeable scholar to study. Chu Tian was like reading a storybook as he flipped through the pages. He read the entire life of the Dragon King without missing a single word. This was a very precious document. Even Li Tai himself was a treasure. Although it was not a cultivation technique or a recipe, it was a record of a powerful dragon's life. It included where he explored, where he built his nest, and where he was buried after he died. From these words, there was a high chance that they would find an ancient ruin. Chu Tian flipped through it once before closing the ancient book. This is the new dragon language's low-level language. It is the language used by the low-level dragon race. So, this so-called Crystal Dragon King is not a high-level dragon. This kind of writing is not challenging at all. Chu Tian waved his hand. The ancient book fell back onto the shelf. It was time to write. After Gao Howren and the others had studied it, they had already placed a rune on each of the 10 chessboards. There was an offensive, a defensive, a disguise, and a probing. Chu Tian ignored them all. Without even thinking about it, the 10 runes fell onto the array. The runes reflected the previous one, but their styles were all different. Gao Howren and the Yun sect experts all broke out in a cold sweat. What was this? Why could they not understand it at all? Gao Howren secretly said to the others, "This brat's array is strange. He actually used runes that we have never seen before, so it is impossible to break it. There is only one method now. Drag it out." That's right. Drag it out. They did not know how to break it or how to defend it, so they could only drag it out. They would first occupy the array's eye and block the brat's runes, destroying the array. Even if they could not defend it, they could at least drag it out. Didn't this brat confidently say that he would lose if he did not win a single game in half an incense stick of time? Then they would drag it out until he lost. A single person playing 10 games was a very difficult task. It required a very strong memory and strict logic. There were several dozen talisman array chess experts present, including Gao Howren. They used all kinds of shameless methods to disturb his thoughts, break his rules, and block his path. Not to win, but to delay his defeat. Not to win, but to delay his defeat. How could Chu Tian not see through their thoughts? But with these idiots' talisman array skills and chess skills, they wanted to stop his arrangements. They were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chapter 131. At this moment, the Yun sect realized that the Central States' #1 scholar alliance was facing an unprecedented challenge. The common clothed youth that everyone looked down on was actually pressuring over 100 scholars to the point where they couldn't breathe. The Yun family juniors were all shocked. The Yun sect scholars were all recruited by the Yun family from large organizations, and those that entered the Yun sect were not ordinary people. It was because of this that their noses were usually high up in the sky. They always felt that they were a level above others and disdained the normal Yun family juniors. When people faced the high and mighty masters, they only dared to respect them and not feel disgusted. This was because they were people at the peak of their fields. Even if they were a bit arrogant or wild, it was still reasonable. However, the young man was leisurely strolling around with his body free and unfettered. His clear smile did not disappear at all. The Yun sect scholars acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all covered in sweat as they whispered to each other. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, as if the situation was very serious. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear with a single glance. This was only the beginning. The Yun family juniors felt like their world had been turned upside down. These masters that they worshipped were actually working together to fight against a common clothed brat. The most unbelievable thing was that even though they were working together, they were still at a clear disadvantage. Since you claim to be knowledgeable and omniscient, then let me ask you, Li Tai asked in a sharp voice, how many eras has the continent experienced, and what are the characteristics of each era? This question seemed very simple. It was actually very hard to answer. The answer to the question itself was controversial and contradictory. No matter how accurate Chu Tian's answer was, Li Tai could still find a way to refute him. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile and casually replied, "Since the birth of the world, it has been divided into 4 eras. The absolute beginning world has been around for billions of years. The continent has gone through the process of being created from nothing. During this era, the world was dead, and there were almost no living beings. It was the time when matter and laws were being created. The absolute beginning world was divided into 9 eras, which are..." Chu Tian gave a long and eloquent speech. the 9 eras, how they formed, how they developed, and how they ended were all clearly explained. This made Li Tai completely dumbfounded. He could not find a single point to refute. Chu Tian's answer was impeccable, and it even solved countless mysteries. After the absolute beginning world ended, the continent entered the famous Great World. The Great Desolate Era lasted for about 10 million years. The laws of the continent gradually improved, and life began to be born. Legend has it that countless ancient demons, ancient gods, and divine beasts were born during this period. The Great Desolate Era was divided into 5 stages. The primordial world lasted for over 1 million years. The primordial world was the pinnacle of history. Life on the Great Desolate Continent was as abundant as the stars in the sky. All sorts of civilizations were competing to shine, and countless powerful races emerged one after another. Among them, the more representative ones are when the primordial world and the primordial world developed to its peak. Because the continent was so large, even light would need several years to reach the other side. This caused the local laws to differ. Because there were too many laws clashing and opposing each other, the great wilderness continent was torn apart. In the end, the great wasteland continent exploded, and each fragment became an independent continent, forming an independent space-time plane. They produced relatively independent laws, and from then on, the gods and devils fell. Chu Tian described the origin and evolution of the entire world in detail. He described all the symbolic events that had occurred and even the important people that had appeared. The young boys and girls of the Yun family were dumbfounded as they listened. This was because the content was so strange and dazzling that they had never heard of it before. Even Li Tai was speechless. The academic world already had a general understanding of the origin and development of the world, but there had never been anyone like this person who could divide each period into multiple stages and explain them clearly. You said that our continent was formed from a fragment of the great wilderness continent that exploded. A young girl wearing the Yun family's clothing couldn't help but ask, then do the other fragments still exist? Chu Tian easily passed through the 10 array boards and calmly added a rune to the array board. When he heard the question, he calmly replied, "Of course they exist. Although the great wilderness continent has collapsed, it has not disappeared. I believe that one day we will break through the planar barrier and reconnect to the other continents. We will explore the resources on them and compete with the races of other planes." The young disciples of the Yun family were all shocked. Was this true? This continent was vast and boundless, and it was still growing, making it impossible for people to explore its boundaries. It turned out that it was only a part of the Great Wasteland Continent. In that case, when the Great Wasteland Continent was complete, just how great of a world was it? Chu Tian did not seem like he was competing with the Yun sect at all. At this moment, he seemed like a teacher giving a history lesson to the students. Yun Guangyan was enraged. He stared at the curious faces of the young disciples. "What are you doing? Aren't you ashamed? Why aren't you scramming to the side?" The Yun family disciples revealed resentful expressions. They still had many questions they wanted to ask, but with the elder here, they could only helplessly retreat to the side. Yun Guangyan coldly snorted and said, "You're full of nonsense. Do you have any evidence to prove your words?" Chu Tian laughed. "Then what evidence do you have to prove that I'm speaking nonsense?" Yun Guangyan looked at Li Tai. Li Tai also had an expression like he had eaten shit. Humph! Although he added in a large amount of assumptions and guesses, the general experience is not bad. Li Tai never thought that Chu Tian would be able to answer this question so flawlessly. As for the study of the origin of the world, that was what his teacher had heard when he went to the large countries to study. Even in those large countries, it was only a rudimentary foundation, and there was no definite explanation. Li Tai then asked, "I'll ask you again. Do you know how many civilizations have appeared on the continent, and how many eras the human civilization has gone through?" After the great desolate continent shattered, almost all of the immortal life forms of the great desolate era perished. However, those who possessed the bloodline of the ancient gods and ancient devils managed to survive. They gradually multiplied and formed groups. This process took about 800,000 years. First, there were the demons, heaven-race dragons, elves, spirit beasts, and other civilizations. After these civilizations prospered and declined, the human civilization that was known as the sixth civilization was born. During the demons and heaven races era, there were very few intelligent races on the continent. The two ancient races drank blood and did not establish an empire. During the dragons and elves era, there were 4 different stages of civilization. But because the two races lived too long and had a slow metabolism, their civilization progressed slowly. In the end, they were replaced by the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts era had 8 stages of civilization. The spirit beasts multiplied very quickly and created several super empires, creating a very glorious era. Until 20,000 years ago, when the human race began to rise on the eastern side of the continent. The human race was a race that had an advantage over the spirit beasts. The human race had the wisdom of the dragons and the learning ability of the elves, so they had more potential than the spirit beasts. Other than that, the human race had a very short lifespan, so they had a very strong reproductive ability. They also stood on the ruins of the previous civilizations, so they created a civilization even faster. At this time, someone couldn't help asking, why is it that the human race has a short lifespan as stronger? Good question. Chu Tian raised his pen and looked at that person. If you had a lifespan of 10,000 years, how do you think your life would change? This. That person could not imagine it. What a joke. 10,000 years. Then what was he afraid of? Of course, he would find a safe place to live a carefree and safe life. With 10,000 years of time, no matter how slow his learning speed was, he would not lose to any grandmaster. The young man's eyes that shined like stars seemed to be able to see through one's soul. Because your lifespan is too long, living for 10 years like a day, your initiative will be worn down, and you won't be racing against time to learn. Your life will become leisurely and comfortable, and your cultivation will become relaxed and casual. The dragons can sleep for 10 years, and the elves are immersed in art for a long time. This will cause their civilization to develop slowly, and the entire race will lack initiative. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly paused. On the other hand, when cultivation, learning, and reproduction are all compressed into a short 70 years of life, more life can only be obtained through cultivation. At this time, everyone will be racing against time to cultivate, fighting against the heavens, and making wasting time a sin. That will be a completely different scene. Other than that, the world is fair. Races with long lifespans have a low reproductive rate, and races with short lifespans have a very fast reproductive rate. No matter how strong the dragons and elves are, they will be replaced by the spirit beasts and humans in the end. This is an inevitability of history. Not only do humans have a stronger reproductive rate than the spirit beasts compared to the barbaric spirit beasts, humans are more intelligent and have a better learning ability. Therefore, the humans dominating the continent is an inevitability of history. Since our human race rose 20,000 years ago, we have been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elves and spirit beasts. In another 10,000 years, the human population will increase by 10 times, and our civilization will increase by 100 times. We will definitely become an overlord. The more Chu Tian spoke, the more mysterious everyone became. In the end, they all felt like they were enlightened, and at the same time, they felt a deep sense of pride for their race. So the human race was this strong. A short lifespan was not a good thing for an individual, but for an entire race, it was not a bad thing. The young men and women all revealed looks of worship, knowledgeable, wisdom. This young man who was around their age was too strong. He was not boasting at all. He knew everything from the heavens to the earth. He knew everything from the past to the present. No wonder he dared to challenge the Yun sect. This young man really did have this kind of ability. Unknowingly, the 10 chessboards were covered in runes. It was clear that the array game had reached its climax. 10 chessboards. Each chessboard had over 100 runes. Even just looking at a single chessboard was enough to make a person dizzy. Chu Tian moved between the 10 chessboards, and each time he made a move, it was like 10 different chessboards were already engraved in his mind. It had to be known. Not only was he playing 10 chessboards, he was also playing arrays with dozens of opponents. He was also dealing with Li Tai's tricky questions. The scholars led by Gao Haoren didn't know where to attack, so they used a large-scale delaying tactic. They were guarding the key points of the chessboards. As long as Chu Tian didn't break through these points, he couldn't use the chessboards to form a complete array. What made people scratch their heads was Chu Tian pretended like he didn't know anything. He didn't attack at all, and just focused on setting up the chessboards. Gao Haoren's group revealed looks of joy. More than half the time had passed, and with the defenses they had set up, it would be impossible for Chu Tian to break them in a short amount of time. Can you translate the contents of this beast hide? Li Tai threw over a tattered beast hide. This beast hide should have come from a high-level demon beast. Even after several hundred years, it still didn't show any signs of corrosion. This is a cultivation technique recorded in the spirit beast language. Chu Tian opened the beast hide and began to recite it. Of course, the language he used was the corresponding spirit beast language. One hand holding the scroll, the other holding a pen. As he recited, he walked over and placed another rune on the 10 chessboards. Was this brat really omnipotent? Li Tai felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had already taken out several of the most difficult and complicated ancient books, but in front of this youth, they were as simple as children's books. There was no other way. There was simply no other way. This youth was like a god possessed him. There was nothing he didn't know. There was nothing he didn't know. Asking questions really wasn't difficult for him. It seemed like he could only stall for time and make him lose on the chessboard. Li Tai continued to ask questions. The ancient books on the bookshelf were thrown over one by one. No matter where he pointed, Chu Tian would answer without the slightest bit of hesitation. The 10 chessboards had already reached their peak. Each chessboard was filled with several hundred runes, but they were all in harmony from start to finish. There was no sign of them attacking each other at all. Time is almost up. You haven't won a single game, so you've already lost. What else do you have to say? The scholars all had red eyes. Now that things had reached this point, they didn't even care about their face anymore. It was fine as long as Chu Tian lost. Chu Tian shook his head and said, "It's not that I can't win, it's just that I don't want to win." Nonsense. If you can't win, then you can't win. You haven't won a single game, so it can only be considered a draw. Chu Tian began to laugh. Actually, it's easy to win against you guys, but just making you guys lose is not challenging at all. So, I don't want you guys to lose one by one, but rather I want you guys to lose together. Make you guys lose together? Could such a thing really be done? The chessboard could change in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to predict the next move. So how could he control the 10 chessboards at the same time and make them all reach the same result? This kind of control was not something a human should have. Absolutely impossible. Chu Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly walked to the first diagram and wrote down a rune. Water element, 1,000-wave array. The instant the rune was imprinted on the diagram, In an instant, rays of light shot out in all directions. The runes were all linked together, and a powerful energy rippled out like a wave. Gao Hauren and the others had racked their brains and painstakingly laid down the runes, but they were like mud houses under a tsunami. Bang! They were all washed away. The momentum was like 10,000 horses trampling over them, not leaving a single trace behind. The chessboard was filled with a perfect and pure water attribute energy. Not only was this array successfully laid down, it was almost perfect. It was hard to believe. Light element glimmer array. On the second chessboard, Chu Tian wrote down a rune. The runes on the diagram connected together and released a beautiful glow. The defensive runes that the Yun sect scholars had left behind all disappeared without a trace, like snow melting in the spring sun. The barrier that they had painstakingly laid down was like a dam being washed away by a flood, instantly disappearing without a trace. This is impossible. Gao Hauren was completely dumbfounded. He wrote down the third diagram, and the array began to revolve. Flames soared into the sky, and another array was formed. The runes that they had painstakingly laid down were instantly burned away, not leaving a single trace behind. The fourth, the fifth, the 10th. It was just like what Chu Tian had said. All 10 games were won in a single move, without any sloppiness at all. These self-righteous scholars had all lost at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Now let's see who has lost. The young man threw the brush away and began to laugh into the sky. The Yun family youths couldn't help cheering. Too handsome. Beautifully won. This is a true great scholar. This young man's miraculous skills made them feel sincere admiration. As for being humiliated, that kind of thing did not exist. If both sides had similar strength, perhaps they would feel humiliated in this situation. But was Chu Tian on the same level as the Yun sect scholars? The Yun sect people did not even have the qualifications to be his students. Think about it. A super knowledgeable great sage was competing with a country bumpkin who had just learned how to read. If the great sage won the country bumpkin, would the country bumpkin be so humiliated that he would have to jump off a building? What a joke. The great sage was competing with you. This was already giving you a lot of face. Rebel. You're all rebelling. Are you still part of the Yun family? Yun, Guangyan's eyes turned red as he roared out, but his voice was a bit lacking in energy. Chapter 132. This was an unheard of face-slapping method. It was one thing for a person to play 10 games of chess, and it was one thing for a person to win more than 100 people by himself. But not only did he win, he had also calculated every move meticulously, allowing him to win 10 different games of chess at the same time. This was a godly technique. To be able to show off to such a crazy degree, perhaps only Chu Tian could do this in this world. Even Yun Tianhe and Yun Yao, who were watching from the sidelines, were completely shocked, not to mention the people who were personally experiencing it. Impossible. Impossible. The formation skill that Gao Hauren was so proud of was a joke in the eyes of this youth. When he looked at the 10 stalemated chess games being broken one by one, when he saw the profound and perfect formations appearing on the formation diagram one by one, Gao Hauren's eyes were filled with disbelief. With a loud roar, "Pooh!" he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was like a withered straw in the wind as he powerlessly fell to the ground. "Senior brother!" Li Tai was filled with rage. "Damn! I'll kill you." Li Tai's claws were like an eagle's, creating a fierce wind as he suddenly attacked Chu Tian. Now that things had reached this point, he could only tear him to pieces to resolve the hatred in his heart. Sore loser. Is this the Yun sect? Shut up. Die. Li Tai's attack was about to fall. Netherworld flickering flames. The Netherworld sword danced, and a blue and white ice-cold flame was released. It was gorgeous and beautiful, just like a fire dragon. It wrapped around his body. Li Tai's mind was filled with rage. How could he care about anything else? He used his claws to tear apart the flames, but when his hands touched the flames, an evil, ice-cold, and corrosive power surged forward. The surging flames easily burned away his protective spirit energy, instantly dispersing most of the attack. Moreover, it caused Li Tai to suffer quite a bit of backlash. Li Tai did not care at all as he charged through the flames. He only had one goal in mind, to tear apart Chu Tian. But at this moment, Chu Tian activated his sword art and strangely disappeared from the flames. Fast, too fast. It was almost at the same time that Chu Tian disappeared. Li Tai didn't even have the time to turn his head. A powerful sword light came from behind and heavily chopped onto Li Tai's protective spirit energy. Li Tai screamed miserably as he was sent flying. The little fox jumped onto Chu Tian's shoulder and forcefully blew on Li Tai. Whoosh! The dark red needle shot out and pierced through Li Tai's protective origin energy. It fiercely pierced through his chest and came out from his back. Then it turned around and pierced through again. Li Tai's meridians were heavily injured. His elemental energy immediately collapsed. He fell heavily to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. The little fox caught the little needle that flew back and jumped up and down on Chu Tian's shoulder excitedly, squeaking as it asked Chu Tian for credit. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. Even if you don't make a move, I can still deal with this kind of trash. No one had expected this. Not only was the young man knowledgeable, but he also possessed a powerful combat ability. Li Tai was still a triple awakened soul cultivator. Although his aura had been defeated and his mind was in chaos with his powerful cultivation base, how could an ordinary person deal with him? He had instantly defeated a young man with a triple awakened soul. How many people could be found in Central State City? Such a miraculous young man. You're going too far. A terrifying aura was released. Yun Guangyan pulled out his saber, and an incomparably sharp saber chief flew at Chu Tian. Gao Haoren and Li Tai, although they had a triple awakened soul cultivation, they were still scholars. Their battle talent was very average, so their strength was not that strong. Yun Guangyan also had a triple awakened soul cultivation base, but his cultivation base was deeper than the two of them. His source spirit was a pure battle type. So even if the two of them worked together, they would not be Yun Guangyan's match. When Yun Guangyan's aura locked onto him, Chu Tian could feel that the other side was very strong. This person's strength was close to Chu Tongwen's. This kind of expert, Chu Tian, had to be careful with his current strength. Ha! Come. Let's fight to our heart's content today. Sword. Spirit energy condensed. The black sword source spirit was faintly discernible. On the surface, it looked like it was forged from black jade, but it revealed a mysterious and vast aura. It was like it came from ancient times and contained the terrifying destructive power of a demon god. Such a strong source spirit. Yun Guangyan never would have thought that this young man's source spirit would actually be a sword source spirit. The most famous sword cultivating family in Central State City was the Chu family. They had the famous soul sword secret art, which was known as the #1 attack cultivation technique in Central State. Yun Guangyan had fought with many of the Chu family's geniuses and experts, so naturally he had seen many different kinds of strong sword source spirits. Compared to this young man, these sword source spirits were not on the same level. From the aura released by the source spirit, it was definitely the strongest and highest level source spirit he had ever seen. But a sword source spirit was a pure attack type source spirit. It greatly increased one's attack power and destructive might, but it did not increase any other aspects. Normally, a sword source spirit owner would be a pure battle-type cultivator. It was hard to imagine. How could a sword source spirit owner be related to a knowledgeable scholar? This source spirit had no way of increasing one's understanding of other fields. This young man was too terrifying. He definitely could not be allowed to leave. Yun Guangyan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Those who insult my Yun sect, you must pay the price. I did not insult the Yun sect. It is just that your skills are not as good as others. Chu Tian retorted. A group of scholars that can't even afford to lose. Do you think it's my turn to insult you? Yun Guangyan fumed. Even the Chu family's swordsmen do not dare be this arrogant in front of me. Could it be that your sword is stronger than the Chu family's soul sword secret art? What did soul sword secret art count for? It was nothing more than an incomplete ancient sword art. The Netherworld Flame sword Chu Tian cultivated was from an even more ancient era. It evolved from an incomplete sword art. In terms of the profoundness and power of the cultivation technique, just the Netherworld Flame sword could easily kill the soul sword secret art. Of course, the soul sword secret art was more suitable as a family cultivation technique. The Netherworld Flame sword was very strong, but it had too many restrictions. Normal people could not practice it at all, so it was only suitable as a secret skill. The saber in Yun Guangyan's hand released a bit of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a lightning saber. You're good with the sword, and I'm good with the saber. Today we'll compete and see who is stronger. Yun Guangyan's body was covered in a faint lightning glow as his spirit energy condensed into a lightning saber. Saber source spirit? Yun Guangyan's source spirit was a saber source spirit, just like Yun Yao. Yun Guangyan had the power of thunder, but it was not as pure as Yun Yao's. His saber source spirit only had a trace of thunder and lightning. Because of the power of his source spirit, the saber in Yun Guangyan's hand released lightning. It was like countless silver snakes twisting around it. Wherever it went, the air trembled. It clearly had a strong might. Lightning slash. Yun Guangyan stepped off the ground and soared into the sky. The saber turned into a bolt of lightning as it slashed at Chu Tian. Yun Guangyan's battle strength was still very strong. After adding the power of the thunder saber, each slash he sent contained the power of thunder. Not only did it increase its destructive power by 10 times, it also brought a strong negative effect to his opponent. Thunder and lightning were a kind of wild and violent natural energy. Not only could it restrain demons, it also had a terrifying destructive power. Yun Guangyan had condensed the thunder and lightning energy onto the saber, so the saber was covered in a strong electric current. Whether it was slashing the opponent's weapon, armor, or protective energy, the strong electric current would instantly spread across the opponent's body. It would instantly paralyze the opponent and make them lose their battle strength. Good move. The Netherworld sword was covered in blue and white flames. It did not dodge at all as it faced the attack head-on. This fool actually dared to block Yun Guangyan's saber. Was Yun Guangyan's saber that easy to block? Even an expert with a triple awakened soul would not dare to face it head-on. The moment the Netherworld sword and the thunder saber collided, Yun Guangyan did not feel any repulsive force. Rather, it was like he was cutting cotton. All of his strength poured out, but it was like he had met a greedy black hole that sucked all of it away. Everyone saw a very strange scene. The thunder on Yun Guangyan's saber began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames on Chu Tian's Netherworld sword began to rise, and the entire sword turned into a flaming sword. Yun Guangyan's face fell. What was going on with this fellow's sword? It could actually absorb thunder and lightning energy. What was even more incredible was that the flames on the sword could actually use the thunder and lightning energy as fuel, creating an even stronger flame. Break. Chu Tian gave a low roar. The netherworld ghost flame was released, and it violently attacked Yun Guangyan's saber. The saber was broken into several pieces, and Yun Guangyan was sent flying several feet by the fierce force. One move. This fellow that came out of nowhere. He had actually sent an elder flying in a single move, and even shattered the elder's saber. Yun Guangyan looked at the broken saber in his hand in a daze. This was a high-grade spirit weapon, and it had actually been broken by the other side. The treasure sword in the other side's hand was definitely not a normal item. Yun Guangyan had clearly underestimated Chu Tian's strength. This young man was even more terrifying than he had imagined, but now that he had made his move, he could not back down. Even if he knew it was hard to deal with, he still had to brace himself. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he had to protect the Yun sect's reputation. When Yun Guangyan was prepared to launch a wild counterattack. Enough! Don't you feel ashamed? A dignified and aged voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. An extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon this place. Yun Guangyan's face fell. Patriarch! Yun Tianhe flew into the air and landed in the middle. He coldly looked at him. You still have the face to call me patriarch? The Yun family's face has been thrown away by you. From today onwards, you will be stripped of your elder position and sent to the northern courtyard to do odd jobs for 3 years. Yun Guangyan's face fell, but he did not dare refute him. He powerlessly said, Yes. Li Tai stood up with difficulty. Old Yun, what is the meaning of this? We have done our best to protect the Yun sect, but your actions have chilled the hearts of the people of the Yun sect. Protect the Yun sect? You dare say your actions are protecting the Yun sect? When Yun Tianhe's powerful aura was released, everyone was pressured until they couldn't breathe. A loss is a loss. When has our Yun sect not been able to accept a loss? When did our Yun sect become a group of people who use their power to oppress others? From today onwards, you 3 fellow disciples are no longer members of the Yun sect. The contributions you've made to the Yun sect before, I will compensate you double. But please leave. Li Tai trembled with anger. Yun Tianhe, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. Yun Tianhe gave a cold snort, and a terrifying pressure was released, forcing Li Tai to take several steps back. The southern summer country's #1 scholar Gu Qianqiu, I have the qualifications to sit on the same level as him. What do you count for? You're just an arrogant junior. Don't humiliate yourself. Good. I hope you won't regret this. Li Tai never would have thought that Yun Tianhe would turn his back on him and protect an outsider. But Yun Tianhe's cultivation was deep and immeasurable. Among the scholars of southern Xia, he was a leading figure. Li Tai did not want to suffer this loss, and immediately left with his senior and junior brothers. This wonderful conflict was finally over. The Yun family youths all began to applaud. Peng, the netherworld sword, was sheathed. Chu Tian turned to leave. Mister, take care. Yun Tianhe quickly changed his expression when he saw Chu Tian. He walked over with a laugh and bowed as he said, Mister is truly a great talent, allowing this old man to open his eyes. The Yun sect's neglect is due to this old man's lack of discipline. I ask Mister to come in and let this old man serve tea as an apology. Yun Yao walked over. All right, stop pretending. I know you're here to find us. Come in and talk. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, All right then. Chapter 133. The youth that they had racked their brains to find had actually taken the initiative to cause trouble for the Yun sect, causing the Yun sect to lose several senior members. It could be said that they had suffered a heavy loss because of this. But this brat was just like how Yun Yao described him. He was a madman through and through. Yun Tianhe did not regret it at all. It didn't matter if those talented scholars left. Even if these people were added together, they could not compare to a single Chu Tian. This time Chu Tian had taught them a fierce lesson and set an example for the Yun sect. In the past few years, the Yun sect had become more and more pompous. They used their power to suppress others and bully the weak more and more. This made this originally peaceful scholar organization become more and more chaotic. Chu Tian's shocking talent was without a doubt. Personally coming out to knock on the Yun sect scholars was a warning to the Yun sect scholars. They would know that there was always someone better out there, and they would be more restrained in the future. Of course, if they could recruit Chu Tian to the Yun sect. When Yun Tianhe thought of this problem, he felt his blood boil. This was not smoke coming from his ancestors' graves. It was like he was about to spit out fire. Yun Tianhe was a righteous old scholar and was different from the other family leaders. Even if Chu Tian was not willing to join the Yun sect based on the grace he had given the Yun family, Yun Tianhe would not do something like biting the hand that fed him. "Little mister, please have a seat. I've heard Yun Yao mention you before, and meeting you today is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes." Yun Tianhe personally opened the exquisite jade teapot, and a refreshing fragrance immediately filled the entire living room. Each tea leaf was sparkling and translucent, and it gave off a vigorous aura of life. After being placed in the water, runes appeared on the tea leaves, and a powerful life energy was released, causing the entire pot of tea to turn a jade-like emerald green. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. "This tea is not bad." Yun Tianhe quickly introduced it. "These are tea leaves from the Elven Kingdom, and each one is hard to buy. The water used to make this tea comes from the spring of life, which can cleanse one's bones and prolong one's life. It can even increase one's cultivation base." Yun Yao couldn't help giving a soft snort. Even her grandfather couldn't bear to drink this tea. He was not stingy and had taken it all out today. From this, it could be seen how much he valued this fellow. Yun Tianhe had lived for almost 100 years, but he was as nervous as an apprentice seeing his teacher. He had too many questions to ask, but he didn't know if he should ask. This young man had an eccentric temperament. It would be bad if he neglected him. Yun Tianhe thought about it again and again. He could only push back the question and give him the best treatment. Chu Tian picked up the teacup, but didn't even drink it. He just sniffed it and said, "Elven green tea originating from the jadeite plains in the south. The wood elves planted it and watered it with crescent moon spring water for about 100 years. However, the superior tea elves keep the superior tea elves for their own enjoyment and sell the medium tea elves to their allies. Even among the inferior tea elves, your tea elves are considered inferior." Yun Tianhe was shocked. Just by smelling it, he knew the quality of the tea, the origin of the tea, and the planting method. Yun Yao was a little dissatisfied. "You should be content. Do you know how rare this tea is?" "Yao, what are you saying?" Yun Tianhe was a little dissatisfied. "Go stand outside in the courtyard. Don't disturb Mr. Here." Hurry up and go." "All right then." Yun Yao stared at Chu Tian and helplessly walked away. For a small country like the southern summer country to obtain the wood elf's green tea, even if it's inferior, it's not easy, so we can't be too demanding. Chu Tian put down the teacup. "Only, your hospitality needs to be improved. There are clearly 2 people here, but you're only making a single cup of tea. Isn't that neglecting the guests?" 2 guests? Where was there a second person? The little fox gave a snort. It stuck out its chest, stuck out its butt, and proudly crossed its claws. It stood up and stared at Yun Tianhe with a face filled with dissatisfaction. It seemed like it was saying, pouring tea for him, but not for me. Are you looking down on this fox? Yun Tianhe was shocked. He really was worthy of being a strange person. It was very rare for a pet to be this intelligent. Oh, it's this old man's negligence. Yun Tianhe quickly brewed another cup of spirit tea. The little fox reached out with its 2 claws to grab the teacup. It did not care that the tea had just been boiled and opened its mouth to drink it all. It smacked its lips a few times, as if it was savoring the taste. Then it licked its lips with its pink tongue and revealed an expression of wanting to continue. It used its 2 claws to bring the teacup back. It used its claws to point at the empty teacup and then pointed at its mouth. More? Yun Tianhe quickly poured another cup. The little fox drank it all in one gulp. Truly strange. The energy in the spirit tea was not small. Such a small fox. Wasn't it afraid of its body exploding? This little fox was too intelligent. It was simply like a human being. Yun Tianhe's attitude and performance made Chu Tian feel very satisfied. This old man was the head of the family and the Yun sect's sect master, but he did not have any arrogance at all. He was very courteous to this man and fox. This kind of courteous attitude was rarely seen in this era. Yun Tianhe and Zhang Liqing were the same kind of people. This kind of person could be considered a true scholar. Yun Tianhe's knowledge, cultivation base, and status, they all surpassed Zhang Liqing by a large amount. Of the 4 great families of Central State, Chu Tian had already offended 3 of them. In order to gain a foothold in Central State, he had to win over 1 of them. Yun Tianhe said with a faint smile, "My granddaughter has an arrogant personality and has caused quite a bit of trouble for Mr. This old man will first offer a cup of apology and thank Mr. for taking care of my daughter. It was just a slight effort. It's not worth mentioning." Chu Tian took a small sip, and a strange fragrance filled his mouth. It was like it could soak his body, making all the pores on his body open up, letting him breathe in the clear air. It really was worthy of being elven green tea. Little friend Lu has traveled thousands of miles to Central State. Do you have a place to stay? Yun Tianhe carefully probed. If you don't mind, how about staying at the Yun family's residence? Who knew? Yun Tianhe did not even have time to finish. A young man with a swollen face charged in from the door and shouted in an unclear voice, "Old sister, I was beaten by that bastard from the Luo family while visiting a brothel. You have to take revenge for me." Yun Yao stood at the door with an awkward look on her face. She gave a gentle cough. This unfilial son. Yun Tianhe's old face turned dark, and he angrily slapped the table. "Yun Xiao, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't lose your grandfather's face?" When that swollen-faced youth saw Yun Tianhe, he was shocked. He gave an embarrassed smile and said, I'm sorry. I didn't see grandfather here. I haven't cultivated today, so I'll be leaving now. Come back here for me." The young man walked in front of Yun Tianhe with a crying face. Yun Tianhe shouted with a calm face, "What is going on now?" Yun Xiao honestly reported, "Grandson was peacefully studying in his room, but who would have thought that I would be led to the meow? You square by a bunch of scoundrels. I just wanted to have the lead girl Yu Lian sing a few songs to relax, but who would have thought that the Luo family would come and cut in line? I was so angry that I fought with them. So convinced, going to a brothel, and not being able to get the lead girl, he actually came back to ask for help. This kind of person was truly rare in this world. Yun Tianhe's nose almost went crooked from his anger. The Yun family's face has been lost by you. Starting from today, you'll be grounded for 2 months. You'll only need to study and cultivate. You're not allowed to take half a step outside. Yun Zhao's face fell. Grandfather, aren't you trying to take my life? Yun Yao, why aren't you taking your little brother away, blocking this little mister's face? even if you don't find it shameful. I do. Wait a minute. Chu Tian stood up. Yun Tianhe quickly stood up. Does Mr. have any orders? Chu Tian walked in front of Yun Xiao and carefully looked him up and down. This bone structure is not bad, but his cultivation base is a bit weak. Yun Xiao was a bit unhappy hearing this. Brat, what are you muttering in front of me? This master is still in the first awakened soul layer. I don't think you're any higher than me. What qualifications do you have to judge this master? Peng, be a bit more honest for me. Yun Xiao was hit by the cane and was stunned. What kind of situation was this? Even his grandfather had to give face to this little brat. Was he his grandfather's guest? Chu Tian pondered for a few seconds and suddenly made a decision. He turned to Yun Tianhe and said, Old man Yun, I don't think we should ground him. What? Old man Yun? Yun Xiao was stunned. How much courage did this fellow have, actually daring to call Yun Tianhe like this? This was the family head of one of the four great families. His strength was close to the true soul realm. It was not something Chu Tian could imagine. What Yun Xiao did not expect was that his grandfather was not angry at all. Rather, he asked, What does Mr. mean? Chu Tian said, I'm missing a follower. Why don't you give him to me and let me train him for a few days? Perhaps there will be some unexpected changes. This deity wanted to train the Yun family? This was exactly what Yun Tianhe wanted. Yun Xiao was a direct descendant of the Yun family. He only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble all day, so he had already become the shame of the Yun family. This kind of hopeless fellow had actually caught the eye of this person. It really was a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Yun Tianhe grabbed his grandson's ear and roared, From today onwards, you will follow this little mister's side. You will be at his beck and call, serving him tea and water. You must serve him well, and if you dare be negligent, I'll break your legs. Do you hear me? Yun Xiao was completely stunned. This was the respected Yun family's eldest grandson. He had actually been sent to be an outsider's follower. Had his grandfather gone senile with age? Although Yun Xiao was filled with dissatisfaction, he did not dare show it. He could only brace himself and accept it. Yun Tianhe quickly asked Chu Tian, Does Mr. have any other orders? As long as you say it, as long as it is within my abilities, this Yun will not refuse, and will do my best to complete it. There's nothing else for now. Chu Tian pointed at the Yun siblings. Have the two of them come with me. I want to visit the Yun sect. I should be able to satisfy this request, right? Yun Tianhe was shocked. Of course you can. Of course you can. What are the two of you staring at? Why haven't you brought this little Mr. Lu to visit yet? I'll have to trouble you. The little fox wanted to grab the teapot. Chu Tian grabbed it by the neck and pulled it up. It was enjoying its tea, but it was suddenly interrupted. The little fox could only angrily protest at its master. Of course, this master who did things his own way did not care about its protests at all. Chu Tian brought Yun Yao and the Yun siblings, and before he left, he said to Yun Tianhe, I will be bringing the young master to do a few things during this period of time. I hope that old Yun will not interfere. When the time is right, I will naturally cooperate with the Yun family. If there is anything I need to do during this period, I will have Yun Yao pass on the message. See if it's possible. Yun Tianhe knit his brows. It was just as Yun Yao said. This fellow coming to the Yun sect had been planned from the beginning. What was his goal? Yun Tianhe really wanted to know the answer, but he could only suppress his curiosity. Please be assured, I won't ask about it. Chu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. He needed to borrow the Yun family's strength, but it was not suitable for a large-scale battle. Yun Xiao was the most common playboy in the Yun family, so there were some plans that could be completed through him. There was no need to go through Yun Tianhe at all. Chapter 134. The brother and sister showed him around the Yun sect. The Yun sect sounded like a sect, but it was actually a private academic organization. They mainly focused on alchemy, talisman, weapon refining, arrays, cultivation techniques, and martial arts research. Central State Academy was a public institution, and the Yun sect was a private institution. The Yun sect's requirements to recruit members were much higher than Central State Academies. Central State Academy students came in every few years, but the Yun sect did not graduate. Scholars were all equal. Most of the Yun sect scholars were Central State Academy's lecturers. Of course, there were also some who were the most outstanding graduates. The Yun sect is Central State City's largest research organization. There are over 80 laboratories, and it has the best research environment and resources in Central State. You have to know that every year in Central State City, at least a third of the new knowledge comes from the Yun sect. It drives the entire business and military development. Isn't it amazing? Not bad. The Yun sect really did have some capital. Among the four great families, the Chu family was a martial artist, the Luo family was a politician, and the Ye family was a private army. Only the Yun family was suitable to cooperate with Chu Tian. Young Master Yun Xiao had a swollen pig head as he swaggered in front. His face was filled with arrogance as he introduced himself. As for me, I am the Yun sect's little white dragon. People call me the young married woman killer. Not only am I handsome, I have also practiced the 13 Thunderblades to perfection. Once a blade comes out, it is as fast as lightning and no one can block it, so you have to be careful, little brat. Although grandfather told me to follow you, there is still a difference in status. So don't expect me to serve you. This fellow's face could compare to father's. Yun Yao knit her brows and kicked him. Stop farting here. The 13 Thunderblades is the Yun family's high-level martial art. If you practice it to perfection, would you still be beaten into a pig head every time? Yun Xiao let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered as he held his butt that had almost been kicked. Old sister, in front of outsiders, can you give me some face? No matter what, I am still the Yun family's benchmark of handsome men. This was truly infuriating. Why was the Yun family's third generation so disappointing? This little brother's talent was not bad. If he was willing to cultivate properly, he would not be inferior to the purple lightning young master, and the pressure on Yun Yao would not be this big. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said with a smile, 13 thundering blades? This saber technique sounds domineering, but I wonder how powerful it actually is. Yun Xiao revealed a look of disdain. You want to fight? Let me tell you, among the people who use blades in Central State City, this young master is one of the best, always drawing blood. I advise you to give up on this idea. Otherwise, you will just be asking for trouble. The little fox looked like it was about to vomit. This level of shamelessness is almost half of masters. How could there be such a pretentious person in this world? Chu Tian turned around and said, Then let's give it a try. Make your move. When Yun Xiao saw that Chu Tian was really challenging him and was arrogantly showing his back to him, he couldn't help being enraged. What do you mean by this? The 13 Thunderclap Blades was known for its speed. If you dare to leave your back to me, aren't you courting death? This way, even if I kill you, it will be an unfair victory. This young master is an open and above-board person. This kind of thing is beneath me. Say that again. If you can hit me, good little brat, I'll let you see how strong this young master's saber technique is. Yun Yao's fingertips released sparks. With a flick of her finger, it hit Yun Xiao's face. Ayo! Yun Xiao covered his pig face and angrily shouted, Old sister, why did you sneak attack me? You could hit anywhere, but you actually hit my face that I regard as important as my life. Do you know that I will rely on this face to make a living in the future? Yun Yao glared at him and then looked over at Chu Tian. This idiot. He didn't even know what kind of person he was facing. Even Yun Tianhe was respectful towards him. Was he someone a waste like him could provoke? Yun Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he began to laugh. I understand. Old sister, you want to teach him a lesson, right? With your status as one of the 4 young masters, it's not convenient for you to make a move. This kind of small matter should be given to this little brother. Yun Yao gave a sigh. Forget it. Let Lu Run properly beat this idiot up. Yun Shao arrogantly said to Chu Tian, Hey, little brat, are you ready? This young master saber is very fast. Don't be chopped down before you can even react. Too much nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. Chu Tian slowly closed his eyes and opened his mind's eye. Everything in the world was covered by his divine sense. Yun Zhao's body trembled. Although he did not understand the mind's eye, he could feel that there was an invisible energy that directly penetrated his body. What was going on? Father doesn't believe it. Saber. Yun Shao released a bolt of lightning that condensed into a long saber. Although he also had a thunder-attributed saber source spirit, Yun Zhao's saber spirit was longer and narrower. It was not as rough, and it was covered in runes. It was filled with an ancient aura and had a terrifying destructive might. Watch this move. Yun Shao pulled out the saber from his waist and stabbed at Chu Tian's back like a bolt of lightning. In the end, Chu Tian acted like a prophet, and the saber brushed past him, easily dodging the attack. The saber chi mixed with lightning flew out and left a saber mark on the ground. Damn. Consider yourself lucky. Watch the saber. In the end, it was still easily dodged. Yun Zhao's nose almost went crooked from his anger. This brat was like a loach. He was flustered and exasperated, but he did not believe it. He completely released his saber art. The 13 Thunderblades was indeed the Yun family's famous technique. Fast, fierce, and strong. Each saber contained a strong destructive might, and once it was released, it was like an unstoppable bolt of lightning. Only under Chu Tian's mind's eye it was full of flaws and was not worth mentioning. When the last saber was released, Chu Tian suddenly turned to the side. When the saber passed in front of him, he gently pinched it with his 2 fingers, accurately hitting the weakest point of the saber and forcefully twisting it. Pa! The saber broke on the spot. When the lightning exploded, Chu Tian had already prepared the Starlight immortal body to protect himself, but Yun Shao had been sent flying by the explosion. His already swollen face turned black like coal, and his hair stood up like chicken feathers. Chu Tian opened his eyes. He was not injured at all and revealed a faint smile. How is it? Damn it! How did you see through the 13 Thunderblades? Chu Tian patted the dust off his clothes. If you want to learn, then I'll teach you a few moves. Yun Shao awkwardly crawled up and followed with a face filled with worship. I understand. No wonder you had a way to teach that old man a lesson. You really do have some skills. Teach me a few moves. Otherwise, every time I go to a prostitute. Oh no, I mean listen to a song and get beaten up by others, but when I come back, I'll be beaten up again. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said, There is a condition. Yun Shao suddenly became very alert. From today onwards, you will be my big brother. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. If you tell me to go north, I won't go south. Yun Yao wanted to find a hole to hide in. How did the Yun family give birth to such a clown? He was the Yun family's eldest grandson. This was too shameful for the Yun family. This matter might not be a bad thing for you. I have a good idea on how to make money. Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. We'll work together. If we make money, I'll give you 2 1/10. The two of them had been pampered since they were young. How could they think about making money? This was the first time they had heard of this new matter. Only 10% for the two of us. Yun Yao snorted and said, "Are you trying to send away beggars?" Yun Xiao was very interested. Money was just a number to him. The main point was the fun. Actually, money doesn't matter. The main point is whether it's fun or not. Don't look down on this 10%. It's already very impressive. Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. I won't tell you the specifics for now. But this matter can't be done by one person. Other than you two, I will need the help of others. Everyone will have a share. So if it's calculated like this, I will at most take 60%. This wasn't a lot. The two siblings were stunned. But Chu Tian's heart was at ease. This was the so-called capable people do more work. If it wasn't for the fact that you two had some use, you two wouldn't even be able to get a single copper coin. Yun Yao was also a bit interested in this matter. She had 100% trust in Chu Tian's ability. He was the same as Yun Xiao. He did not lack money. She was just curious as to what method he would use to make money. As for whether it's fun or not, I can't guarantee it for other people, but for you, it's very suitable. Why? Chu Tian looked at Yun Xiao a few times. You really like to act. You really like to be in the limelight. Yun Xiao was not ashamed at all. What's wrong with that? A man has to act. Your acting posture isn't right. Chu Tian was a master of acting, so he used his professional eyes to judge this rising star. In these next 2-3 days, I will give you some pointers and let you know how to act properly. Yun Xiao scratched the back of his head. But does it have anything to do with making money? Chu Tian gave a mysterious smile. It has a lot to do with it. Not only can you make money, it can also make you the center of attention and make the Central State Academy's students worship you. Don't you like this kind of feeling? Yun Zhao's eyes lit up. Wouldn't there be countless beauties throwing themselves at me? Chu Tian nodded. If you can reach 100th of my level, this isn't hard to achieve. Then what were they waiting for? Let's begin. Not to mention money. Even if he didn't have money, young Master Yun, would still be willing. Let's start with your blade technique. This blade technique isn't good. We need to change it. Yun Xiao was stunned. How do we change it? 13 blades is too many. We'll simplify it a bit and leave 3 blades. The Yun siblings revealed looks of shock. The reason why the 13 thundering blades became the Yun family's famous cultivation technique was that the power of this blade technique was constantly increasing. Each blade was stronger than the last, and each blade was accumulating power for the next blade. The last blade was the most powerful. 13 blades had been reduced to 3 blades. Wouldn't it be able to instantly accumulate power and destroy the enemy in one go? After the 13 thunder blades was reduced to 3 blades by Chu Tian, its might would not decrease, rather it would increase. The value of this martial art would increase by more than 10 times. Chu Tian said to Yun Yao, let's split up first. Bring the Central State Academy's teaching materials over. I want to look over all of them. I also need some herbs. Some of them are for Yun Xiao, and some of them are for me, so I'll have to trouble you to bring them over for me. Yun Yao and Yun Xiao did not know what Chu Tian was thinking at all. But if Chu Tian wanted to bring the teaching materials, then he would go. Who told his grandfather to follow Chu Tian's requests? Yun Tianhe was one of the Central State Academy's deans, so what couldn't Chu Tian see? Yun Yao immediately went over. Yun Xiao said in a stunned voice, "What are we doing?" Chu Tian said to him, "I'll give you everything you want to learn in the next 2 days. I'll say the ugly words first. I don't have the patience. In at most 3 days, if you want to learn, you'll have to suffer a bit." Yun Xiao gave 3 loud laughs. "What are you afraid of? I don't have any other skills, but I'm not afraid of suffering." Chu Tian nodded with a faint smile and said, "Do you know why I asked you to follow me? because I like your attitude. Since it's like this, then let's begin. Yun Xiao looked at Chu Tian's smile. He did not know why, but he suddenly shivered, as if he was a little regretful. Chapter 135. After his grandson and granddaughter were taken away by the mysterious young man, there had been no news of them for 2 days and 2 nights. This made Yun Tianhe a little worried. Although Yun Yao was an illustrious soul realm expert at the Fourth Awakened Soul Layer and could be considered a peak expert in Central State City, she still lacked experience. The mysterious young man was talented, but he was still too young. He was also arrogant, so he wouldn't cause any trouble, right? As for his grandson, Yun Tianhe did not even think about it. Had this beast not done anything good before? The most important thing was, Yun Tianhe was also very curious. What did Chu Tian bring the two of them to do? Although he didn't want them to contact him, running over to Peep wasn't taking the initiative to contact him, right? Yun Tianhe found a reason to comfort himself. He took advantage of the dead of the night to sneak into the Yun sect's backyard because the 3 of them were here. Yun Tianhe was a little nervous. This old bag of bones was almost 100 years old. He had been honest his entire life, but he had never done anything like this before. I'm not practicing anymore. I'm not practicing anymore. You demon! This is simply torturing people. I will go back and tell the old master. Yun Tianhe had just arrived in front of a courtyard when a pitiful cry came from inside. Yun Tianhe trembled. Wasn't this his grandson Yun Xiao? Why was he crying out so miserably? Yun Tianhe quietly climbed onto the wall. A 2-3-meter wide source energy array was placed in the center of the courtyard. Yun Xiao was wearing a pair of shorts as he stood in the center of the array. His arms, thighs, chest, and back were all covered in talismans that reacted with the source energy array on the ground, creating a kind of power that was suppressing him. I can't take it anymore. Yun Xiao's eyes turned white, and he fell to the ground. Chu Tian was sitting in a chair with a pot of hot tea in his left hand and a scroll of Central State Academy's teaching materials in his right. He turned a deaf ear to Yun Xiao's pitiful cry. When he saw Yun Xiao and Yunmi fall, his 2 sword-like eyebrows knit together, and he immediately formed a seal. The talismans on Yun Xiao's body lit up, and a kind of red electric energy covered Yun Xiao's body, instantly awakening him. Wah! It hurts! Stop! Quickly stop! Yun Xiao stood up like a carp. Don't play dead, for father. I have a way to deal with you. Didn't Chu Tian's voice sound like that of that young man? Practice another 2,000 times. If you don't master these 3 moves today, don't even think about eating. You hear me? Also, I've written a few scrolls. You have to memorize them word for word. Otherwise, don't sleep. Demon, what a devil! Yun Xiao's pitiful cry echoed in the courtyard. This was too terrifying. It was like some kind of cruel human experiment. Yun Tianhe couldn't help but worry when he saw this. Even if Yun Xiao was a good-for-nothing, the Yun family only had a single adult male. If something happened to him, it would be a big problem. Yun Tianhe was hesitating on whether or not to ask. Whoosh! A fruit pit flew out and smashed into his forehead. Yun Tianhe was shocked. Could it be that he had been discovered? That was impossible. He was an expert close to the true soul realm. At this time, a furry snow-white little fox was sitting on the wall next to him with its legs crossed, holding a few red fruits in its arms, staring at him with a pair of bright and cunning eyes. This is bad. Yun Tianhe quickly made a shushing gesture at the little fox. He secretly cursed in his heart. Isn't this little fox too mysterious? When did it appear next to him? Even when it was this close, Yun Tianhe did not feel it at all. This won't do. He couldn't be exposed. Yun Tianhe was already so old, climbing a wall to peep was not something he could afford to lose face for. The little fox narrowed its eyes and nodded, showing that it understood Yun Tianhe's meaning. Yun Tianhe let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the little fox pointed a claw at its mouth and stretched out the other claw. It's not impossible for you to make this fox shut up, but you'll have to pay me to keep my mouth shut. What pet? This was too exquisite. Yun Tianhe took out a gem the size of a pigeon egg. The little fox's eyes lit up as it snatched it over. It first sniffed it and then swallowed it. Gee. The little fox gave a thumbs up to show its satisfaction. This gem was actually a level 3 demon beast's beast core. The energy contained within was something even an awakened soul cultivator would find hard to endure. This palm-sized little fellow had swallowed it in a single bite. The little fox patted its round belly and then pointed at its mouth. Then it stretched out a claw, indicating that it wasn't full yet. Give me another one. Yun Tianhe almost fainted. What did this fellow think a level 3 beast core was? A candy. Grandfather, what are you doing up there? Yun Yao walked out from the small courtyard. Lu Ren knows you're here, so he told me to explain a few things to you. The little fox had a look of misfortune on its face. It gently jumped up and turned into a gray fog, instantly disappearing. Yun Tianhe was stunned. Had he been tricked by this sly little fox? It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go somewhere else. Yun Yao brought him to the Yun sect's practice field. Without waiting for Yun Tianhe to open his mouth, she snappily said, Grandfather, you're already so old, yet you're climbing a wall to peep. Don't you feel ashamed? Relax, Lu Ren is currently giving Yun Xiao special training. He knows what he's doing, so he won't die. Special training? Lu Ren has changed the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades into the 3 Thunderblades, forcing Yun Xiao to learn it in 2 days. Yun Tianhe was shocked hearing this. The 13 Thunderblades has been changed into the 3 Thunderblades. Can this be done? I thought it was inconceivable at first, but he really did it. I'll show it to you once, and you'll know what's going on. Yun Yao did not have a saber sword spirit, so it was hard for her to display the essence of the saber art, adding in the fact that she did not have a saber foundation. She could only show him the general idea. Yun Tianhe was a martial arts master of his generation. How could he not see through it? His breath almost flew out. How was this changing the saber art? This was simply a rebirth. The aura accumulated from the 13 blades had now been completed in 3 short slashes. Not only did its might not decrease, it was actually several times stronger than before. This martial art had been changed by this young man. From a normal high-level martial art, it had instantly turned into a peak-level martial art of Southern Xia. Yun Yao put away her saber. Yun Xiao has the foundation of the 13 Thunderblades, so his progress in the 3 Thunderblades is very fast. Of course, it was all because of Lu Ren's methods. This time Yun Xiao was completely controlled by him. He hasn't slept in 2 days, so he can't escape his control at all. Good job. Yun Tianhe's old chest was filled with joy as he stroked his beard with a laugh. These 3 blades are enough to become the Yun family's secret technique. Our Yun family's cultivation technique has been changed, and now even our martial arts have been changed. This brat coming to our Yun sect for a while. The Yun family is truly blessed. Yun Yao let out a sigh and said, But Yun Xiao has been tortured very miserably. I'm afraid that even his intestines have turned green from regret. But Chu Tian's training methods are too ruthless. Even I am frightened. He doesn't treat people as people at all. Humph. He doesn't know how lucky he is. Yun Tianhe angrily shook his beard. If this old man was 60 or 70 years younger, I would want to replace that bastard Yun Shao. This young man can't even suffer like this. How can we hope for him to achieve anything great? Yun Tianhe's words were filled with righteous indignation. He had completely forgotten who it was that was worried about tossing and turning, coming over to peep at him. Yun Tianhe solemnly warned, "You have to follow this mister closely. Even if you can learn a little from him, it would still be a blessing that you've accumulated over several lifetimes. Do you understand? That's right. Ask around and see if he's still single. You're not young anymore." Grandfather, Yun Yao's face turned red. "Saying this makes you shy. All right, I don't care about young people's matters." Yun Tianhe happily stroked his beard. "If there's a situation, report to me at any time. Help him supervise that little brat Yun Shao. This is a large matter that concerns the entire family. There can't be any mistakes. Do you understand?" Yun Yao snappily said, "I understand. Please don't worry about it." Yun Tianhe's mood was very good. After laughing a few times, he turned around and left. He hadn't been this happy in at least 10 years. This almost 100-year-old man hummed a little tune the entire way as he went back to sleep with a satisfied look on his face. No matter what goal he had in training Yun Shao, the Yun family had obtained benefits. Moreover, after being beaten by him, this grandson that gave him a headache, perhaps he could be reborn. This really was the Yun family's blessing. This really was Yun Tianhe's blessing. Yun Yao returned to the small courtyard. Yun Shao was standing in the middle of the array with a face full of tears as he practiced his saber art. "Did you see the old man? Quickly tell him the true face of this demon. He is a pervert and has a sadistic tendency. Quickly tell the old man to save me." Yun Yao shook her head. "I can't help. You'll have to bear it yourself." Yun Shao angrily shouted, old sister, you can't give up on me." The array was activated again. Yun Shao once again gave a pitiful cry. Chu Tian was sitting under the moonlight with a normal oil lamp beside him. There was a little fox lying in his chest, with one hand holding a purple teapot and the other holding an ancient scroll. It was a normal-looking face, but it gave off an unfathomable feeling. That pair of clear and bright eyes revealed a glow of wisdom. Yun Yao had a feeling that this was an illusion. This person was not a youth at all. Rather, he was an old monster that had lived for over 100 years. She couldn't see through him. She couldn't see through him at all. The books in Chu Tian's hands were all sent by Central State Academy. He took a glance and flipped through each one. Then he said with a snort of disdain, "Trash, simply trash. You can even use this to teach students. You really are misleading them." This fellow's tone was too big. There were weapon refining, symbol making, alchemy, cultivation techniques, and various other fields of textbooks here. Most of the textbooks were sent by large countries. Even if you are a rare genius with outstanding talent, you can't look down on Central State Academy's textbooks like this, right? Since it could become a textbook, then it must be an iron law of knowledge that was written by a famous master. Moreover, it had been refined for over 100 years, using up the blood and sweat of several generations. But then again, the worse Central State Academy's teaching is, the more of a market we have. Chu Tian stood up with a lazy stretch. "I have absolute confidence that I will be able to make a large profit this time." Yun Yao still could not understand it. What was Chu Tian's method of making money? Chu Tian asked her, "Have you prepared the ingredients I wanted you to prepare?" Yun Yao nodded. "They've all been prepared and placed in the room. I'll use the medicine first. As for the money, I'll pay you back when I have money." Chu Tian walked through the courtyard. When he passed by Yun Shao, he suddenly stopped and said with a fierce expression, "Can you be a bit more serious for father? Whether I can quickly save up a few million to buy the treasure-gathering pavilion's elemental source depends on you If you make it so that father can't buy it, I'll break your legs. What? Tens of millions? Yun Yao knew that Chu Tian needed money right now, but this fellow was very arrogant and had a personality of wanting to save face. It was impossible for him to ask her grandfather for it. However, these tens of millions of gold coins was not a small number. Training Yun Xiao like this would allow him to earn money. Even if he brought Yun Xiao to perform on the streets, he would not be able to earn this amount. Chapter 136. Chu Tian began to refine the pill. The main ingredient for the pill was the jade spirit silkworm. The supplementary ingredients were all level 2 herbs or elixirs. Although they were not rare, there were quite a few of them. Moreover, level 2 materials could not compare to level 1 materials. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yun family had a lot of resources and could directly provide them, then Chu Tian would not have been able to gather all of them in a day or two. After around half an hour, a jade silkworm pill was refined. This level 2 low-level pill was suitable for first awakened soul layer cultivators and could increase their strength. It was what Chu Tian needed right now. Let's begin. Taking the pill and sitting down cross-legged, the jade silkworm pill's gentle and pure medicinal energy spread through his limbs and bones. The quality of this jade spirit silkworm was not bad. It had been refined for several hundred years. The jade spirit silkworm was a silkworm when it was alive, eating heaven and earth treasures. After it died, its essence was turned into a top-quality medicinal jade. Combined with several supplementary ingredients, the energy was quickly absorbed by his body. Chu Tian easily refined it into spirit energy. When the entire pill's medicinal energy was refined, his spirit energy had a significant increase. Chu Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were as bright as a torch. He let out a long white breath that pierced through the window. Very good. The effect of this pill was even better than Chu Tian had expected. It allowed Chu Tian to go from a normal first awakened soul layer cultivator to a peak first awakened soul layer cultivator. The current Chu Tian's strength had increased by at least 30 to 40%. If it was said that defeating experts like Chu Tunguen or Chu Batian was a bit difficult, but now that he was facing a triple awakened soul expert, Chu Tian's confidence was much higher. Spirit energy was the foundation of cultivation. With an increase in spirit energy, naturally his strength would increase. This was the first time Chu Tian had increased his strength since he entered the awakened soul realm. With Chu Tian's current age, obtaining his current cultivation was rare in Central Continent City. However, Chu Tian was well aware of the difference between him and the heavenly sword young Master Chu Xinghe. Even if they were at the same level, it would be difficult for them to compete with Chu Xinghe, not to mention that Chu Xinghe was the leader of the Central State's 4 young masters. The weakest of the 4 young masters was the purple lightning young master Yun Yao, but she was also in the 4th awakened soul layer. It could be imagined how strong Chu Xinghe's cultivation was. It was not something Chu Tian could deal with. He was not strong enough. It was far from enough. I have to work harder and become stronger. Yun Yao came to report. The young master of the Jing family, Jing Hao, is looking for you. Chu Tian was a bit surprised as he asked, "Alone?" Yun Yao shook her head. "He has a girl with him." "That's good." Chu Tian's eyes lit up. "Go, let them in." What kind of attitude did this guy have? You actually treat me as a messenger servant. What kind of arrogant person was Yun Yao? If it was anyone else that treated her like this, they would have died with a single palm. But she could not touch this person. She could only swallow her anger and leave the little courtyard. He said to let the 2 of you in. Yes, Jing Hao and Tong Xiaoyu were so scared that their stomachs began to tremble. Who was this person? How could they not recognize her? The purple lightning young master Yun Yao, one of the 4 young masters. the most dazzling genius of Central State. She was a pearl of the middle continent with peerless elegance and beauty. In front of Yun Yao, the two of them couldn't even be considered a fart. Tong Xiaoyu could not understand what kind of tricks her big brother had used. Not only did he make a playboy like Jing Hao act like a grandson in front of him, he even made the noble and arrogant Yun Yao swallow her anger and pass on a message for her big brother. The one who was most shocked was Jing Hao. Why would Chu Tian appear in the Yun family? He was very clear on this reason, although Chu Tian had given the Yun sect some face, and did not make this matter known to the entire city. He had still beaten up Jiang Qi and dragged him to the Yun sect's main courtyard to demand an explanation. This kind of crazy action, only Chu Tian could do it in this world. What Jing Hao never would have thought was that after Chu Tian entered the Yun sect, not only did nothing happen to him, he even sent out news that the Yun sect had kicked out Gao Haoren, Li Tai, and Jiang Qi. These three were the disciples of the great scholar Gu Qianxiu. Even if they did something wrong, the Yun sect would at least give Gu Qianxiu face. Now the Yun sect did not give them any face at all. Their firm attitude caused an uproar. Kicking out the three disciples of the great scholar, wasn't this making the great scholar lose face? To make Yun Tianhe do this kind of thing, it was actually just a little youth. Although Jing Hao did not know what the Yun sect's motive was, it was enough to know that everything was caused by this monstrous youth who was like a devil. For a person like Yun Tianhe, he had no choice but to give face to Chu Tian. Now that he had personally come to the Yun sect and seen the most important descendant of the Yun sect's third generation, Yun Yao, being casually ordered around by Chu Tian, even being used as a messenger, he was just this terrifying. He would never let people guess what he was, and he would never let people grasp him. Perhaps being Chu Tian's henchman might not be a bad thing. The two of them trembled as they walked into the small courtyard. A strange person wearing shorts was standing in the middle of the source energy array. His body was covered in talismans, and he was wildly chopping with a long saber in his hand, as if he was practicing a powerful saber art. Isn't this Yun Xiao? Among the rich young masters of Central State City, Jing Hao could be considered one of the top characters. If he had to be ranked, if Yun Xiao was number 2, no one would dare say they were number 1. What happened to him? This was just too terrifying. This was simply an inhumane punishment. Mother, I've already been like this for 2 days and 2 nights. Save me. Someone save me. Lu Ren, Big Brother Lu, Boss Lu, can I call you father? Can I call you grandfather? I beg you to let me go. I really can't take it anymore. Yun Zhao's tears flowed down as he continued to swing the saber in his hand. The talismans on his body seemed like they were made for him. If his movements were the slightest bit off, they would immediately release their power to torture him. The source energy array on the ground was suppressing him, making him feel like he was under 10 times the gravity. Even swinging his saber became incomparably difficult. 2 days and 2 nights? Even an Iron Man would be crippled from training. Too cruel. This was simply inhumane. Have you seen enough? Yun Yao was a little dissatisfied. If you like it, I'll go tell Lu Run and let you experience it. Don't. Jing Hao wiped his sweat as he said, we came to find Chu. No. Lu Ren for an important matter. Tong Xiaoyu's little face turned pale. Central State City's number 1 playboy had been tortured by her big brother. Yun Yao was Yun Zhao's older sister, but not only did she not stop him, she even turned a blind eye to it. She really did not know how he did it. Chu Tian sat in the room with the little fox that was napping in his arms. That ordinary appearance, that not tall figure, but it gave people a strong sense of oppression. Jing Hao did not dare look at him as he quickly cupped his hands and bowed. I came to report to you about the situation. The materials have been prepared, and the production line has been cleared. Everything is going according to plan. Chu Tian gave a slight nod. Has the machine I want been designed? Tong Xiaoyu quickly handed over the 2 blueprints. The blueprints that Big Brother gave Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has already completed it. I asked Big Brother to take a look. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoyu, you really are a genius in mechanical techniques. I'm lacking a talent like you by my side. You'll have a bright future if you follow me. Chu Tian carefully looked over the blueprints a few times before handing them over to Jing. How? Go and make the parts according to the blueprints. I want to see the finished product in 2 days. Do you understand? How could Jing Hao dare to say no? Chu Tian then said, You'll be responsible for the design and production. There will be quite a few benefits. After we make money, you two will take 10% of the profit. Jing Hao flattered him and said, The money is not important. To be able to help the young master is my honor. This fellow probably did not know what 10% meant. You really know how to talk, but I won't mistreat the people by my side. As long as you work for me, we'll all earn money together. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly paused and emphasized, You also need to work hard on the magnetic sound towers. Yes, you two can go back first. My identity is very sensitive, and people will find out sooner or later. It's best if you don't come in contact with me and avoid attracting other people's attention. The 2 of them left the Yun Sect's little courtyard. At this time, the sky was already bright. Chu Tian was finally merciful. He removed the restriction on Yun Zhao's body and let him rest for a bit. He took out a jade bottle from his chest and gave it to Yun Yao. Apply this medicine to Yun Zhao's body. It will remove the side effects of high-intensity cultivation and let him rest for 2 hours. Chu Tian's training method was very harsh. Although the effects were very quick, the side effects were very big. If he could not fix it, it could cause a hidden injury that would affect his future cultivation. Boss, can you not train anymore? I can't feel my body anymore. If you keep training like this, you'll most likely be crippled. Even if you don't become crippled, you'll never be able to get up again. Yun Xiao laid on the stretcher, and his muscles kept twitching. Yun Yao helped him apply the medicine, and it was very strange. Once the medicine Chu Tian had refined was applied, his muscles immediately stopped twitching. No need to worry, your blade art is pretty much done. You just need to receive some other training before you can come out. Yun Xiao wanted to cry, but no tears came out. These 2 days were the darkest days of his life. The 3 Thunderblades was an improved version of the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades. Yun Xiao already had the foundation of the 13 Thunderblades, and now that he had gone through 2 days and 2 nights of special training, the 3 Thunderblades had already reached a certain level. Chu Tian disdainfully said, If you can't even endure this bit of suffering, how can you do anything big? Let me ask you, what is your position in Central State Academy? Yun Xiao was an inner courtyard student of Central State Academy. You don't even need to say that. Yun Xiao, can be ranked in the top 30 of the Vermilion Bird branch. You still have the nerve to say that. How many resources has the family invested in you? Yun Yao directly slapped him to the ground. When I was in Zhongzhou Academy, I was always number 1 in the school district. The other 3 great academies were Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, and Yi Tianlang. The Yun family's core disciples were always ranked in the top 10. You are the first. Grandfather is the dean, but you've lost all of my face. Old sister, be a bit gentler. How can I compare to you? Don't underestimate this short 2 days of special training. Chu Tian gave a laugh. I guarantee that you will be able to enter the top 5 without a problem. Yun Xiao revealed a look of surprise. Really? That's impossible. With me here, there is nothing that is impossible. Chu Tian disdainfully said, I've guided you for 2 days, and you can't even enter the top 5. You might as well cut your own throat. But just entering the top 5 is too boring. I will give you some other guidance. Don't you like to be in the limelight? With my help this time, I'll bring you to cause trouble in Central State Academy. How about causing a sensation? Cause trouble in Central State Academy. I like this. Yun Zhao's eyes lit up. This was 2F asterisk King Great. He had suffered quite a bit these past 2 days, so he could finally have a decent return. Actually, even Yun Xiao did not know how much he had improved in these 2 days of special training. He also did not know how important these 2 days of special training were to him. But he did not know why. When this mysterious youth said he could do it, he had a feeling that he could really do it. Good. Since it was like this, he would endure it for another day. Then he would endure for a day and a half. In order to be in the limelight, in order to attract the gazes of countless junior sisters, Yun Xiao would give his life to Chu Tian. Chapter 137. Within the boundaries of Central State, from the main cities to the small villages, everyone's goal was to enter Central State Academy. The entire Central State population was around 70 to 80 million, but the academy only had around 30,000 students. There were 2 kinds of people that could enter Central State Academy. They had money, they had potential, or they had both. In short, as the largest school in Central State, it had a high social status and influence. The 30,000 students were divided into the Azure Dragon Courtyard, the White Tiger Courtyard, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and the Black Tortoise Courtyard, a total of 4 courtyards. On one hand, it was to better distribute resources, and on the other hand, it was to encourage internal competition. The courtyards had rankings. The courtyards had rankings of students. The higher the ranking, the more resources they had. The higher an individual's ranking, the more resources they would receive. This kind of ranking system was directly linked to benefits. It greatly increased the competitive spirit of the students, allowing the Central State Academy to maintain a strong competitive edge. The 4 young masters of Central State first came from Central State Academy. Chu Xinghe, Luo Xianglong, Yi Tianlang, and Yun Yao were all at the top of their courtyards. Their light shined brightly and shined brightly. They were the leaders of their respective courtyards and led their courtyards to compete. They were all super geniuses. Now, in the 4 great courtyards, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was ranked last. Because they were weak all year round, their scale had gradually shrunk. Currently, they occupied 3,000 acres of land with 16 training grounds. There were 500 inner courtyard students and 5,000 to 6,000 outer courtyard students. Because there had not been a strong leader in a long time, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the most lifeless of the 4 great courtyards. Early in the morning, there was a large piece of news that caused a stir in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Everyone come quickly. Yun Xiao wants to challenge the 36 Vermilion Bird Courtyards. Yun Xiao was wearing a gorgeous white robe inlaid with gold. He held a sheathed saber in his left hand and a beautiful white jade fan in his right. He had 4 or 5 lackeys, with one holding a giant dog, one holding a bird cage, and one holding a bottle of wine. There were also several beautiful maids as they swaggered through the school grounds. This lineup was extremely gaudy. It was as if they wished they could carve the words, "I'm a playboy," on their faces. Chu Tian mixed in with them. His appearance was very ordinary, and his clothes were very ordinary, so he did not attract any attention. Dong, dong, dong. Yun Xiao rang a giant copper bell. Every student knew what this bronze bell meant. Once the bell was rung, it meant that someone was going to challenge the 36 stars of the Vermilion Bird. What were the Vermilion Bird 36 stars? The top 36 students on the Vermilion Bird ranking were allowed to have their own small courtyard in the academy and enjoy many privileges and resources. These 36 students were all top talents of Central State Academy. You want to go up? It was simple. Fight. Defeat one and replace him. Yun Xiao loudly rang the bell and raised his head as he loudly shouted, "Everyone! Everyone! Today is a sunny day with no clouds in sight. It is the day that I, young Master Yun Xiao, will ascend to the top of the Vermilion Bird ranking. Everyone can come and take a look if they have nothing to do." Yun Xiao was too arrogant. He was only ranked 26th on the Vermilion Bird rankings. Those who were originally ranked higher had been repeatedly challenged not long ago and were beaten to the point of fleeing like rats. It had only been a few days, and he wanted to challenge the first place. Wasn't that a huge joke? Yun Xiao saw the crowd being attracted over. His heart was filled with excitement. Damn it! He had suffered for the past 3 days, and now he was finally getting some returns. Yun Xiao threw his jade fan to a lackey beside him. He shook his gold-embroidered robe and walked in front of the 36 courtyards, gently snapping his fingers. A lackey quickly came forward and shouted out in a broken voice, "Vermilion Bird ranking 26th, young master, Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. Vermilion Bird ranking 25th rank Xiao Kun. Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Yun Xiao revealed a smile. "Let's have a few dishes to warm up first. It's still early anyways." Everyone was speechless. With Yun Xiao's name, how many people in Central State City did not know of him? In this row of silent courtyards, in the 25th room, there was a young man sitting cross-legged. This person was not tall and was very skinny, but he was like a leopard. He was filled with a fierce aura, and there were several old and new scars on his face. It was clear that he was a fierce person who often fought. Challenger? Forget about the others. This fellow was a complete idiot from the Yun family's elixirs. He ate, drank, and gambled all day. He could be called the most famous playboy young master in Central State. This idiot was able to hold onto his Vermilion Bird ranking position because his family was too famous. The people behind him were afraid of offending the Yun family, so they did not dare to challenge him. When Xiao Kun fought him, he did not even last 10 rounds before falling to the ground. Was the humiliation last time not enough? Did he want to humiliate himself this time? All right. Central State Academy encouraged competition. Every month, inner courtyard students would have a chance to challenge the Vermilion Bird 36 courtyards. As long as they did not lose, they could continue fighting. The one being challenged could not refuse, otherwise they would lose. Xiao Kun held his long sword and jumped out of the window like a leopard. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at him. Vermilion Bird ranking 25th, rank Xiao Kun. I accept your challenge. Xiao Kun, a young cultivator from a poor family. His father was a blacksmith and his mother was a tailor. He was born in a small town in Central State City. His family had gone bankrupt in order to send him to learn martial arts. Xiao Kun used his hard work and left the small town at the age of 11. He passed the Central State Academy's entrance exam and became an outer courtyard student of Central State Academy. Every year, he received a scholarship to pay for his tuition. After 7 years of hard work, Xiao Kun had obtained excellent results in the Central State Academy's competitions. He had also risked his life several times to participate in the Army's beast and bandit extermination activities. He had made quite a bit of contributions and had several fortuitous encounters to increase his cultivation base. Finally, he had overcome all the obstacles and entered the inner courtyard, obtaining cultivation. At the age of 19, Xiao Kun had reached the first awakened soul layer. This was a very legendary and inspiring person. The top 20 to 30 disciples of the Vermilion Bird Dojo were mostly disciples from influential families. There were not many people like Zhao Kun, who came from a poor family, which was enough to make Zhao Kun proud. Yun Xiao. When Zhao Kun looked at this rich fellow, his eyes revealed a look of deep disdain. Whether it was jealousy or disdain, this kind of second generation that was born with a golden spoon but did not cherish, it was the kind of person that Zhao Kun looked down on the most. Although Zhao Kun had broken through not long ago against Yun Xiao, who relied on elixirs to build up his strength, he had a 90% chance of winning. Brother Zhao, properly teach him a lesson. Let this brat know how strong you are. Countless people began to loudly shout out. Zhao Kun was born at the bottom, but among these people, there were many disciples from influential families. He enjoyed this feeling, and his vanity was satisfied. Respect and honor. All of this was obtained by me. I am more qualified to enjoy this kind of treatment than this second generation. Zhao Kun gave a cold snort, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Young Master Yun, you are not my opponent at all. I advise you not to waste your time. You have to know that the academy has its rules. Here, strength speaks. No matter how noble your identity is, I will not be lenient. Yun Xiao gave a laugh and suddenly pulled out his saber. This young master has already been reborn. Today, I'll let you have a taste of my strength. If you can block 3 of my sabers, I'll consider it my loss today. 3 slashes to defeat Zhao Kun? This was truly a joke. Then let's see how much progress you've made. Zhao Kun knew that Yun Xiao practiced the Yun family's 13 Thunderblades. Once this saber art was used, the longer it went, the stronger it became. If he used 7 slashes, Zhao Kun would be under a lot of pressure. There was only one way. Quickly finish the battle as fast as possible, not giving him a chance to gather his strength. Zhao Kun directly used his best martial art, wind-chasing sword art. This sword art was one of the high-level martial arts of Central State Academy. Zhao Kun had paid a large price to exchange for it, and he had already cultivated it to the small success realm. Once he used it, he moved as fast as lightning and subdued his opponent in the blink of an eye. Ha, 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 ha. Watch me. Yun Xiao took 2 steps forward and slashed out with his saber, releasing a majestic aura. It was like 10,000 horses galloping, mightily charging at his opponent. What? Zhao Kun felt an overwhelming pressure coming at him. This slash seemed like it had been practiced thousands of times. It was like a slash from a top master. Just the aura alone was enough to shock his opponent. This is impossible. How could this playboy's saber arts advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time? Zhao Kun did not have time to think. He could only use all his strength to block it. When the saber and sword collided, a strong electric light exploded out, instantly covering Zhao Kun's body. A terrifying explosion was released, even creating a small hole in the ground. Zhao Kun gave a pitiful cry. He flew out like a piece of paper. Pung! When Zhao Kun fell to the ground, his body was still filled with electricity. He twitched and trembled, not even able to stand up. His hair stood up, his face was burnt, and he was almost burnt to a crisp by the electricity. How could you be this strong? Zhao Kun revealed a look of disbelief. This is impossible. How could I lose to this waste? What is wrong with this idiot? He can't be this strong. Yun Xiao patted the dust off his gold-embroidered robe, and the saber in his hand danced a few times. Then he casually sheathed his saber. I'm really sorry, I accidentally used too much force. This brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. That saber art looked like it had been practiced thousands of times. It was not something that could be practiced in a day. Zhao Kun's face turned red. The playboy young master that he looked down on the most had defeated him in a single slash in front of everyone. This was simply too shameful. When Chu Tian saw this, he gave 2 soft coughs. Yun Xiao quickly stopped acting cool. He cleared his throat and walked in front of Zhao Kun. Brother Zhao, your wind-chasing sword art has reached the small success realm, but it's too focused on speed. It's not good. Zhao Kun gave a cold snort. A loss is a loss, but don't think about humiliating me. The Vermilion Bird ranking's 25th place is yours, but I will take it back sooner or later. Yun Xiao shook his head and said, the essence of the wind-chasing sword art is not speed, but rather its nimbleness and versatility. It is unrestrained, like the wind, making it hard for people to catch it. Then with a quick attack, you can easily defeat your enemy. Brother Zhao's wind-chasing sword art is too focused on patterns. It is too rigid and lacks nimbleness. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Although he was not convinced, Zhao Kun had to admit that Yun Zhao's words were true. He never would have thought that he would have this kind of understanding of martial arts. I suggest that Brother Zhao learn a few more basic sword arts to enrich his sword skills. When Yun Xiao said this, he suddenly paused. This little brother has seen the wind-chasing sword art before and has made some improvements to it. Now I'll tell Brother Zhao what I've changed. I hope it will be of help to you. Yun Xiao began to talk about the sword art. Zhao Kun's eyes suddenly opened wide. Why did Yun Xiao seem like a different person? The areas that he pointed out were all weak points, but that was fine. The most unbelievable thing was he actually suggested changing the sword art. The wind-chasing sword art was a famous sword art in Central State. There were so many experts that could not change it. So how could a trivial second generation do it? But after listening to Yun Zhao's words, he was shocked to find that what he said was very reasonable. Zhao Kun could not help but admire him. Even the surrounding students had a large harvest. Zhao Kun had met many problems while cultivating, but after listening to this explanation, he felt as if he had been enlightened. It was like he had entered a whole new world. Young Master Yun, I'm convinced. Zhao Kun completely knelt down. Everyone else looked at him with eyes of worship. What was called broad-mindedness? What was called being knowledgeable? What was called being an expert? In that instant, Yun Xiao felt all the pores on his body open up. It was like a golden ray of sunlight had broken through the thick, dark clouds that had covered him for several hundred years, shining onto his body. There was only one feeling in his heart, joy. But when he looked up 45 degrees into the sky, his eyes began to fill with tears. Success, success. Boss really did not lie to him. The devil's training had not been in vain. Zhao Kun quickly stood up and cupped his fists. Young Master Yun has hidden his strength. I, Zhao Kun, am convinced. I apologize for my rudeness. From today onwards, this house will belong to you. Great. This was too damn great. Yun Xiao was so excited that he wanted to roar out. When this news was spread outside, it was unknown how many people's eyes would pop out and how many people in the Yun family would be stunned. When his grandfather found out about this, it was unknown how happy he would be. Chapter 138. As the Yun family's eldest grandson, he had a high status and a noble identity, so he never lacked people to flatter him. However, Zhao Kun, who was filled with unruliness and was extremely powerful, bowing his head and admitting defeat, how could this feeling be the same? Even if Yun Xiao was cheap, he still had his own pride. He was the most playboy in Central State, and he was often looked down upon by others. The Yun family had been ridiculed by countless people behind their backs, so of course he was not feeling good. Today he had turned things around and was proud of himself. Yun Zhao's excitement could not be described with words. At this moment, Zhao Kun was full of admiration for Yun Xiao, and the others had looks of worship on their faces. Yun Xiao felt like his heart was about to fly into the clouds. He was a very vain fellow that loved to show off, so this kind of treatment was even better than sleeping with a brothel hostess. How could they know? Yun Xiao did not understand a single word of what he had said to Zhao Kun. It was all memorized by Chu Tian's cruel training. Ku, that's enough for you. Chu Tian could not stand this idiot. He was just a bit proud and forgot himself. He was just a pile of shit that couldn't climb up the wall. Yun Xiao was shocked and afraid of Chu Tian, so how could he dare go against his words? Yun Xiao quickly put away his expression and revealed the appearance of an expert. He nodded at Zhao Kun, but he did not enter the room. Rather, he walked forward with his head held high as he walked to the second courtyard. A lackey on the side shouted out, "The Vermilion Bird's 25th ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge. I ask the Vermilion Bird's 24th ranked to accept my challenge." What? He still wanted to fight. Everyone was stunned. Yun Xiao wanted to keep challenging. In a normal situation, a student would act according to their strength. They would challenge whoever they felt they could reach that position. On one hand, it was easy to exhaust one's stamina, and it would affect one's battle strength. On the other hand, wasn't he deliberately trying to embarrass others by defeating them? Yun Xiao actually wanted to fight them one by one. This was too wild. A person's spirit energy was limited, so how many could he fight? But there was no fear of things becoming bigger. While everyone was shocked, they were also filled with excitement. Why couldn't they see this before? This idiot second generation was a ruthless person. At this moment, a large man came out of the courtyard, and his cold eyes swept over Yun Xiao. What happened? Zhao Kun, how could you lose to this fellow? Boss guided you in your cultivation and helped you get into the top 30 of the Vermilion Bird rankings. I'm really disappointed in Boss's place. Wu Yong, don't speak so early. Zhao Kun sighed. You'll know once you compete with him. Vermilion Bird ranking, 25th place, Wu Yong. He was born into a military family. Although the family was not large, it was still a local noble family. Therefore, he received a lot of resources from a young age. Wu Yong snorted coldly. Then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the devil tiger technique. Without a second word, they immediately started fighting. Wu Yong's figure crouched down, and a brutal aura spread out. It was as if he had instantly turned into a giant multicolored tiger, and his murderous aura locked onto his target. There was going to be a good show to watch. This devil tiger skill was a close combat skill. It aimed to hit its target with a single strike, and its destructive power was extremely shocking. As Wu Yong's legs stomped on the ground, and he sprinted, he spat out a tiger's roar from his mouth. Dense origin energy fused into the sound waves, and he shot towards the sky like a cannonball. Good timing. Yun Xiao gave a loud roar. That long blade released a lightning glow and a majestic aura. In an instant, it was like 10,000 bolts of lightning in a clear sky. The speed at which it gathered strength was hard to imagine, making it hard for people to block it. Break! The blade slashed out as fast as lightning, tearing through the tiger's roar. The wild lightning blade slashed towards Wu Yong. How can it be this strong? Wu Yong was shocked, but he did not have time to dodge. Yun Xiao's blade did not touch him, but the lightning glow was released, instantly breaking the devil tiger skill-S protective spirit energy. The terrifying strength sent Wu Yong flying several meters away, and his body turned black. He ended up in the same state as Zhao Kun. Thank you for letting me win. Yun Xiao gently cupped his hands and put away the long blade. Another one slash to defeat the enemy. The blade's power was too strong. There was almost no accumulation process, directly sending it out like a thunderbolt. It really was worthy of being called the Three Thunderblades. Yun Xiao pretended to have a profound expression as he said, Brother Wu, your devil tiger skill has been trained to the small success realm, but it doesn't have any power. If you make this change, your power will increase by several times. Yun Xiao repeated the words that Chu Tian taught him. Wu Yong was completely stunned. Was this really Yun Xiao? This was simply a martial arts master of a generation. I'm convinced. Everyone went into an uproar. Defeating a person was easy, but it was hard to convince the other side. How could Wu Yong not be convinced? Not only did Yun Xiao defeat him with a single slash, he had also pointed out the weakness of his cultivation technique, allowing him to greatly benefit from it. How many people in Central State Academy could do this? If the previous time was a coincidence, then what was this? First he defeated Zhao Kun, then he defeated Wu Yong. Yun Zhao's performance was like he had been reborn. Everyone began to doubt whether the person in front of them was the real Yun Xiao. Could he be a transformed demon? Yun Zhao's body was filled with energy, and his expression became wild. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood as he continued to fight. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 24th ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 23rd ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. The Vermilion Bird Dojo's 22nd ranked Yun Xiao has come to challenge me. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. This fellow did not look like he had taken a stimulant. Rather, he looked like he had taken several kilograms of aphrodisiac. After fighting over 10 rounds, he still did not fall. Of course, this was also Chu Tian's doing. Chu Tian had already prepared pills that were made from Yuan essence grass. It would allow Yun Xiao to quickly recover his spirit energy and ensure that his spirit energy was full. As he continued to fight, he was unobstructed. 3 slashes. Yun Xiao did not use more than 3 slashes. Each opponent was defeated in 3 slashes. Not only did Yun Xiao defeat them, he also gave them some pointers. This was not normal pointers. He was directly changing other people's cultivation technique. This caused everyone to burst out in wild cheers. This was simply too crazy. Challenging over 10 people in a row was a very abnormal matter, but he had changed over 10 different cultivation techniques. Of these people, some of them were cultivating the Academy's cultivation techniques, and some of them had brought their own skills into the Academy. There were all sorts of different cultivation techniques, but there was one thing that was the same. They were all classic cultivation techniques that had been passed down for hundreds of years. If it was this easy to change, would it still be called a classic cultivation technique? Even if the Yun sect master, Central State Academy's vice principal, Yun Tianhe, personally came, it would still be hard to change one of them. But this idiot had done it. He was known as the most useless and useless direct descendant of the 4 great clans. Yun Zhao's name had spread throughout Central State City. The other campuses outside of the Vermilion Bird Academy all received this news. Have you heard? Yun Xiao has turned into a cultivation technique master and is wildly challenging people in the Vermilion Bird courtyard. That's impossible, right? It's not like everyone doesn't know what kind of trash that fellow is. I've also heard about it. This matter is completely true, and it has already been spread. Everyone is running to the Vermilion Bird courtyard. As long as we can hear his evaluation, it will be worth several years of cultivation. Wait for me. I'm going too. Countless students swarmed over. The Vermilion Bird courtyard was completely surrounded. This lowest-ranked academy of the 4 great courtyards had not been this lively in a long time. Under everyone's gazes, Yun Xiao defeated several opponents in 3 slashes and gave a few cultivation technique modifications. It was true. Yun Zhao's cultivation was average, but he was a cultivation technique and martial arts master. God, he's still challenging people. How many is this already? I can't remember, but it should be around 20. I'm convinced Yun Zhao's actions had never been heard of in the history of Central State Academy. After today's performance, Yun Zhao was destined to become famous in Central State Academy. The entire Central State Academy would have to reevaluate Yun Zhao. Even the entire Yun family would have to be reevaluated. Yun Yao had been silently paying attention to this. When she received the latest news from Yun Zhao, she immediately rushed home and told her grandfather the good news. Now, that brat is in the limelight. Everyone is giving him a nickname, calling him a cultivation technique master, a crazy challenge demon. Yun Tianhe spat out a mouthful of tea. Cultivation technique master? Nonsense. Nonsense. Impossible. How could he not know his own grandson? With that kind of talent, how could he be a cultivation technique master? A brothel master, a playful master, or a meat and wine master? Yun Yao's face was filled with excitement as she said, "It's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. You don't even need to ask around. It will spread throughout the entire city tomorrow." This was the first time Yun Tianhe felt old. How could his brain be so slow? Then what about the crazy challenge demon title? Yun Yao gave a bitter smile and said, "Yun Zhao's battle banner is challenging the Vermilion Bird School's rankings. From the latest news, he has already defeated 20 people and entered the top 10, continuing to challenge others." What? Yun Tianhe wished he could pinch himself. This couldn't be a dream, right? Yun Yao let out a sigh and said, "AI, I have no choice but to accept it. Lu Ren has only trained him for 3 days, but that brat's change. It really makes me feel terrified. It's simply inconceivable. 3 days. What could he do in 3 days?" Yun Zhao had a lazy nature and liked to indulge in debauchery. The Yun family had used all sorts of methods, but they could not raise him up. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Zhao was the eldest grandson, they would have already kicked him out. This half-crippled person, after receiving a short 3 days of special training, had actually been reborn. Yun Tianhe did not know if he should be happy or afraid. His grandson being reborn was a good thing, but that youth was too abnormal. This kind of talent was not something a small southern summer country should have. Who was he? Letting Yun Zhao show off on purpose is most likely to hide himself. He is this cautious, most likely because he has enemies. You should continue to follow them and prevent any accidents from happening. Yun Tianhe stood up and said to himself, "A genius can't just appear out of nowhere. I have to investigate his true identity." Yun Tianhe had already given up on the idea of keeping Chu Tian. There were some people that the Yun family could not keep. This was an ancient genius with ambitions for the world. He could not stay in the Yun family for a long time. If he used forceful methods to keep him, it would only attract trouble. This kind of person being able to stay here was already a great fortune. Yun Tianhe did not dare ask for too much. If Yun Tianhe wanted to protect him, he would first have to know his identity. Only then would he be able to defend against him. Chapter 139. Yun Zhao had caused a stir in Central State Academy. The students of the 3 great academies all came to the Vermilion Bird courtyard to watch. Wah! Young Master Yun is so handsome. I never thought he would be such a strong person. The eyes of the beautiful young girls sparkled as they looked at Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao's heart was filled with excitement. He wished he could turn into a wolf and howl into the sky. This brat was becoming more and more arrogant. Chu Tian almost couldn't hold back from kicking him. He really was a pile of shit that couldn't climb up the wall. He didn't even think about who taught him his saber techniques and didn't think about the cultivation techniques he had modified. Could he even understand them? He actually dared to be this arrogant. He really was a pig. Shu Tian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to start a training class, and Yun Xiao would be used to advertise. Thinking about it, even trash like Yun Xiao could become gold after a few days of training. So who couldn't succeed? Using Yun Xiao to advertise, the effect would be very good. Shu Tian wanted Yun Xiao to cause a stir, but he also tried to control it to a certain degree. This was because going too far was as bad as not doing enough, so he had to be careful. Shu Tian obtained the information of the top 25 vermilion bird courtyard, and based on their cultivation techniques, he made some targeted improvements. Of course, it was a very small improvement. It was not like the lightning blitz secret art. Even if it was like this, the final result was far beyond one's imagination. Shu Tian's small improvements to others were not the same. Every word that Yun Xiao said, every word that he said, benefited everyone greatly. It made the students feel intoxicated. In the end, there was a matter that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When Yun Xiao challenged the second and third rank students, they clearly had the strength to fight Yun Xiao. Who would have thought that before the third move, the two of them would admit defeat? It wasn't for anything else. It was just for Yun Xiao's guidance. It had to be known. The higher one's ranking, the more resources and honor they would receive. If any of the 4 great courtyards could enter the top 3, they would receive a shocking amount of resources every month. These people resolutely chose to give up, just for guidance. Because compared to the 80,000 gold coins and elixirs every month, Yun Xiao's guidance was much more useful to them. Congratulations to young Master Yun for becoming the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's 2nd rank. Congratulations to young Master Yun for becoming the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's 2nd rank. The crowd cheered excitedly. Yun Xiao, who was surrounded by countless people, was dumbfounded. At this moment, it was like a dream, causing him to be slightly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. What was going on? Did he accidentally become 2nd place? How inexplicable! A spoiled 2nd generation who spent every day eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling had actually advanced triumphantly all the way to number 2 in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, causing everyone to have a whole new level of respect for him. I, Yun Xiao, can also bring honor to my family. I, Yun Xiao, can also become an influential person in the academy. I, Yun Xiao, can use my strength to obtain everyone's respect. In the last 10 years of the Yun family, other than his older sister, Yun Yao, no one had surpassed him. The academy would be stirred. The Yun family would be stirred. Central State City would be stirred. They had struck it rich this time. The status of the Yun family and the academy had both risen. They had more and more money, privileges, and resources. The most important thing was that it was easier to pick up girls. With such a big halo above his head, those girls would be like moths flying into a flame. While Yun Xiao was drooling while daydreaming. Challenge number 1. Challenge number 1. Challenge number 1. Waves of tsunami-like shouts directly pulled Yun Xiao back to reality. Yun Xiao was filled with confidence as he heroically waved his hand. Ha, 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 ha. Everyone don't be anxious. I'll go take 1st place right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Xiao quickly pulled Shu Tian to the side. Big brother, you will be my big brother from now on. If you tell this little brother to go south, I will not go north. If you tell this little brother to climb a mountain of blades, this little brother will not go down. Please tell me how to fight the Vermilion Bird Courtyards. Number 1, what should I tell him? Shu Tian helplessly rolled his eyes. Do you really think I'm a god? You only told me that the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's number 1 uses a fire-attributed cultivation technique, but you don't know anything about her cultivation technique or her fighting style. Do you want me to create something out of nothing? Yun Zhao's eyes went wide. Then what should I do? It didn't matter. Yun Zhao's ranking did not matter to him. It was already enough advertising. Damn, this old lady is going to die from anger. Who is causing trouble in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? An angry voice came from the distance. Strange. Why was this voice so familiar? When Chu Tian was feeling puzzled, a strong pressure covered the entire Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Everyone present felt their bodies heat up as if they were standing next to a stove. She's here. There's a good show to watch. In the blue sky, there were no clouds in 10,000 miles. At this moment, the wind was howling and the sky was covered in a red glow. A fire phoenix appeared in the sky, like an ancient spiritual god descending to the earth. The might of a divine beast was released, and the fiery energy burned the earth. It was like a cruel tyrant, plundering every drop of water from the earth. God, what kind of power was this? When did the Vermilion Bird Courtyard have this kind of expert? The students from the other 3 courtyards felt their hairs stand on end as they were suppressed to the point of not daring to breathe. This was asking for their lives. Yun Xiao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He had never seen such a strong source spirit before. When he faced the fire phoenix, not to mention issuing a challenge, he didn't even have the courage to fight. It had finally appeared, the strongest new student in the history of Central State Academy. When she first came to Central State Academy, she was only at the peak 9th body refinement layer, but she had entered the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's top 3. The next day, this heaven-defying monster had broken through to the awakened soul realm. She had defeated the first 2 in one move and became the Vermilion Bird first rank. The 3rd day, this monster had reached the 2nd awakened soul layer in one go. This kind of terrifying cultivation speed far surpassed the Central State 4 young masters. Although she was only at the 2nd awakened soul layer compared to the 4 young masters, this girl was not inferior at all. Her might was even slightly stronger than the other 3. Even compared to the heavenly sword young master Chu Xinghe, she was not inferior by much. After all, Chu Xinghe was not only the most talented person in the history of the Chu family, he had also obtained the inheritance of an ancient sword cultivation sect. His background was not something the other 3 young masters could compare to. In the middle of the blazing fire phoenix, there was a fiery hot girl standing in the air, wearing a fiery red dress. Her arms and legs were slender, her skin was as white as snow, and her red hair danced in the wind. That fiery aura made people unable to look at her. Nangong-yun, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's first rank, was Nangong-yun? I'm still wondering. This fellow seems to have disappeared. At this moment, Nangong-yun angrily landed on the ground, creating a red shockwave. The surrounding people were like dominoes, instantly falling down. There were even some people who suffered minor internal injuries. Damn! This girl is too violent. We are just innocent people. Young Master Yun, quickly go. Defeat her and take first place. Yun Xiao could not even stand straight. When he heard these words, large beads of sweat fell like rain. Do your eyes grow on your butts? What kind of fight is this? Do you want father to die? Where did this brat come from? Daring to hit this old lady's people, you're seeking death. Nangong Yun's mood was already very low. When she had brought over 1,000,000 gold coins to Central State City, she wanted to do something big. She wanted to make a pleasant surprise and surprise Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu. Because of this, she could not wait to expand her plans. Was the situation in Central State as simple as South Sky City? Nangong-yun could do whatever she wanted in South Sky City, mainly because her father was the mayor. However, what did she have in Central State City? Nangong-yun had made several moves, but she had spent quite a bit of money without any results. This made Nangong-yun suffer a huge blow. She was also a smart person. When she realized that she could not make waves in South Sky City, she could only take a step back and break through her cultivation realm. She would first gain a foothold in Central State Academy. Nangong Yun was a person who did not admit defeat. At least she could do something for miracle commerce, right? Because of this, Nangong Yun was like a dazzling meteor, rising at an unbelievable speed in Central State Academy. She obtained the Vermilion Bird Rankings first place and became a dark horse in Central State Academy. She followed Chu Tian's warning. Nangong Yun used the Vermilion Bird Courtyard as her foundation and began to gather reliable people. For example, Zhao Kuan and Wu Yong, they were all her people. Out of the 36 people on the Vermilion Bird ranking, there were 20 people who followed Nangong Yun. These were all talents. What did Miracle Commerce lack? Wasn't it just talents? Nangong Yun had gathered people with clean backgrounds in order to develop Miracle Commerce in the future. Who would have thought that even like this, Nangong Yun's days would not be good? The Chu, Yi, and Luo families had deep backgrounds in the students. When they found out that Nangong Yun was recruiting people, how could they just sit back and watch? Because of this, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was challenged every 2 or 3 days. The students that followed Nangong Yun were often poached, threatened, and even beaten for no reason. Quite a few people had left recently. The society that Nangong Yun had worked hard to create. In just a few days, a third of its members had disappeared. How could Nangong Yun not be angry? How could Nangong Yun not be filled with hate? She couldn't do big things and couldn't do small things well. The chairman had sent her to Central State to be the vanguard for Miracle Commerce. But who would have thought that it would be this difficult? Damn it! Someone had come to cause trouble again. The most hateful thing was that all of her subordinates had been taught a lesson. As a big sister, how could she endure this? Otherwise, where would her prestige go? If she didn't beat him into a meat patty today, this old lady would write her name backwards. When Yun Xiao saw the fiendish Nangong Yun, his face turned green with fright. This was a witch that had recently risen up among the students. Although he had never seen her before, he had already heard of her fierce name. 10 days ago, there were people who provoked Nangong Yun. In a fit of anger, Nangong Yun fought against 6 of them and broke their arms. 6 days ago, Nangong Yun gathered 20 to 30 people and went to the Azure Dragon Courtyard to fight, severely injuring more than 30 inner courtyard students from the Azure Dragon Courtyard on the spot. More than 10 of them were experts on the Azure Dragon ranking, and at least half of them were personally dealt with by Nangong Yun. 3 days ago, Nangong Yun ran to the Central State Academy's Chu family's residential area by herself. She destroyed half of the building and heavily injured over 20 people. This was a witch with violent tendencies. Yun Xiao knew that this girl was very strong, but her series of victories had made her arrogant. So, she began to speak arrogantly and wanted to challenge the first-place disciple. If he knew that this witch was this strong, even if Yun Xiao had the guts, he wouldn't have dared to go up. This. Yun Xiao was trembling, but he forced out a smile and said, "This young master is tired today. Let's fight another day." Nangong Yun did not care about that. She was already filled with rage. "You want to run? If you're a man, then eat 10 or 20 of my fists first." After saying this, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to step forward to beat him up. She did not care who Yun Xiao was. Since he didn't have eyes and offended her, she wouldn't be able to live up to his fierce name without breaking a few dozen bones. Nangong Yun was about to explode. When Yun Xiao was about to shout for help, suddenly, Nangong Yun stopped moving forward, and her wild aura stopped. Her 2 eyes filled with flames suddenly fell onto the person beside Yun Xiao. This person was dressed very normally and had a very mediocre appearance. Standing in the crowd, it was hard to find him. You. Others could not recognize him. How could Nangong Yun not recognize him? When Chu Tian had changed his appearance for the first time, Nangong Yun had been shocked, not to mention the Netherworld ancient sword and the little white fox. Weren't these things only Chu Tian had? Why would this fellow appear in Central State Academy? That idiot was standing so close to him. Could he have brought him here? From the current situation, it seemed like Chu Tian did not know that she was the Vermilion Bird First Ranker. This was truly a flood rushing into the Dragon King's temple, not recognizing one's family. Yun Xiao trembled in fear. What should I do? I've just become famous, and my beautiful life has just begun. I don't want to be paralyzed by this witch. Quickly save me. This woman is very strong. Even if I personally make a move, I don't have a high chance of winning against her. Chu Tian gently spread out his hand. You've offended her, so don't even think about leaving. But relax. According to my understanding, she is very quick with her attacks, so you won't suffer too much. Just close your eyes and endure it for a bit. Even if you're paralyzed, as long as you're alive, I'll think of a way to cure you. Boss. Yun Zhao's face turned green. You can't be like this. Chapter 140. There is a way. Chu Tian said a few words to Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao was a little hesitant after hearing this. Will this work? It's fine if you don't believe me. Yun Xiao threw caution to the wind and pretended to be calm. He cupped his hands and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Although I have never seen you before, I have heard of your righteousness. Yun Xiao greatly admires you, and being able to exchange blows with you today is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. I will send out 3 slashes, and if I am still not a match after 3 slashes, I am willing to join Elder Sister's charge. I will be willing to die 10,000 times for Elder Sister. Everyone's eyes fell to the ground. This Yun Xiao was just too exaggerated. If he couldn't win, wouldn't he be selling himself to Nangong Yun? Nangong Yun looked at Chu Tian, and the latter nodded. Nangong Yun knew that this was arranged by Chu Tian, and crossed her arms. 3 slashes? Humph. Even if it's 13 slashes or 30 slashes, what can you do to me? I won't fight back. You can attack however you want. If you can even harm a single hair of mine, then I'll consider it my loss. Everyone was shocked once again. Nangong Yun was being too arrogant. Yun Zhao's slash was like a thunderbolt. Normal people could not block it at all, not to mention standing still and letting him cut them. All right. Yun Xiao did not waste any time. A bolt of lightning appeared in his ears, and the long saber turned into a rainbow. Yun Xiao threw away the saber and held it with both hands. His body was covered in lightning, and it was like a heavenly thunder as he fiercely slashed at Nangong Yun. Nangong Yun closed her eyes. Countless streaks of starlight surrounded her body. From sparse to dense, from scattered to condensed, it was just like a layer of gauze covering her body. Nangong Yun released the starlight immortal body, but it was clear that she did not use her full strength. Against trash like Yun Xiao, she did not need to condense her full strength to block. Dang! Yun Xiao was sent flying several meters. He felt his blood churn, and he almost suffered an internal injury from the backlash. This thin veil of energy actually had this kind of strong defense. Second slash. This slash was even stronger than the previous one, and its might had increased by a large amount. Nangong Yun was still meditating with her eyes closed, as if all of this had nothing to do with her, when the tyrannical blade, light, slashed on the starlight barrier. The veil-like layer of starlight was split apart a little, but with the power of this strike, it was still unable to break through the defense. Yun Xiao was sent flying again. His white face turned completely red. What was going on? After Yun Shao mastered the 3 lightning blades, it could be said that he was successful in every endeavor, making him feel invincible. However, this woman had dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. How could such a powerful saber technique not be able to break through his defense? I don't believe it. Yun Shao concentrated all of his strength on the blade. Countless lightning bolts twined around the long and narrow blade. The beautiful blade, light, soared into the sky and was 4 to 5 feet long. It was like the blade of judgment of a god as it slashed down towards Nangong Yun. Break! Yun Shao roared. In an instant, all the blood in his body was boiling, as if flames were pouring into his body, making him feel hot all over. At this moment, some kind of potential was awakened. Yun Shao had received countless elixirs from his family over the years. It was all because he did not work hard that he could not break through. After going through Chu Tian's 3 days of devil training, the spiritual energy that had been stored in Yun Zhao's body had gradually awakened. Now that he was facing Nangong Yun's strong pressure, Yun Shao finally released his strength. When he slashed out for the 3rd time, he had broken through. He had gone from the peak, first awakened soul layer to the 2nd awakened soul layer. His spirit energy had increased by several times, and his saber energy had also increased by several times. This shocked the onlookers once again. Even Yun Shao himself did not expect this. Nangong Yun finally opened her eyes. Facing the lightning that covered the sky, her ruby-like eyes flashed a few times, and her lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, a decent attack. The gauze-like starlight around Nangong Yun's body suddenly shrank and condensed, instantly turning into a set of translucent armor that was as dazzling as glass. Starlight glass body. The moment the thunder blade slashed down on the glass body, under the fierce impact, it created several small cracks. However, it could not break through this terrifying defense. Still not strong enough. Nangong Yun gave a loud roar and released a dazzling starlight. The long saber shattered in an instant, and the rebound force sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the ground and suffered serious internal injuries on the spot. Actually, Nangong Yun had already shown mercy because of Chu Tian's face. Otherwise, Yun Shao would not have just suffered a simple internal injury. But it had to be said that this saber art was not bad. It could actually break through the starlight glass body. The starlight glass body's defensive strength was hard to break with someone of the same level, and it could even block a higher level attack. Yun Shao had just broken through to the 2nd awakened soul layer, and Nangong Yun was already at the peak 2nd awakened soul layer. Yun Shao could use his weaker cultivation to break through Nangong Yun's starlight immortal body. Just based on the might of this saber, it would be hard for Yun Shao to find an opponent in the 2nd awakened soul layer. He never thought that he would break through. Yun Shao was so excited that he forgot about his pain. He jumped up like a carp and took 3 steps forward. He knelt down on one knee, tilted his head, and cupped his fists. Elder sister's strength is unrivaled. Yun Shao is convinced of his loss. Please accept this little brother's vow. Nangong Yun placed her hands behind her back and gave off the aura of an elder sister. You're not bad. Since you've come to me, I'll accept you. Yun Shao quickly bowed. Thank you, elder sister. The onlookers were all stunned. Yun Shao had really been subdued by Nangong Yun. Yun Zhao's performance today had already made the Central State Academy's people look at him in a new light. He was also the Yun family's eldest grandson. This kind of person with limitless potential was actually willing to become Nangong Yun's little brother. Only he, Yun Shao, would do this kind of thing. But then again, how strong was this Nangong Yun? although Nangong Yun had not made a move, and no one knew how strong she was. Her defensive abilities were strong enough to make people sigh in admiration. Nangong Yun had a fire-attributed god level source spirit. It was reasonable to say that people who practiced fire-attributed cultivation techniques would have a strong destructive power. A god level source spirit's effect on a cultivation technique was hard to imagine. When everyone thought of this, they couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Although Nangong Yun's cultivation base was weaker than the other 3 courtyard first rankers, but Nangong Yun's strength was not weaker than the others. Nangong Yun's strength and Yun Zhao's talent. This was truly a strong combination. The weakest vermilion bird courtyard was about to rise. Yun Zhao stood up. Chu Tian gave him a look. Yun Zhao understood and turned to everyone to say, "Many thanks for everyone's support today. Do you want to know why I was reborn? Do you want to know more cultivation techniques and martial arts? I ask everyone to continue paying attention to me. Yun Zhao, will not disappoint you." With these words, everyone's nerves tensed up. Could it be that Yun Zhao's sudden increase in strength had a reason? After Yun Zhao said this, he held his waist. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to pretend anymore. "You guys come with me." There were many people here, so it was not convenient to talk. Nangong Yun waved her hand and quickly left. She brought them to a dojo. The dojo was quite big, but it was empty. There wasn't a single person to be seen. "This is the territory you bought." When Chu Tian entered the dojo, it was like he had changed into a different person. He took the initiative to walk to the front. What made Yun Zhao feel strange was that Nangong Yun did not have any objections and obediently followed by his side. Nangong Yun wanted to say something, but she stopped herself and looked at Yun Zhao. Chu Tian smiled. "There are no outsiders, so there's no need to worry." Nangong Yun's stomach was filled with questions, and she couldn't hold it in anymore. She shouted out in an exaggerated manner, "Leader, what are you doing? I wasn't prepared at all. This brat was taught by you, right? Why didn't you tell me? It was very dangerous, don't you know? I almost killed him with a single punch." Yun Zhao trembled in fear. This woman really was a violent maniac. Strange. The 2 of them actually knew each other. Moreover, this terrifying woman actually called him leader. This young man could even subdue this kind of woman. So what else couldn't he do? No wonder he wanted me to take this which as my leader. This which was his little brother. So after I took this which is my leader, wouldn't he be my leader's leader? His seniority would be even higher than before. "I didn't contact you because I was afraid of exposing my identity." Chu Tian looked around the dojo. There were only a few bronze training men, and the large hall with the words Qilin Hall. What is going on here? Nangong Yun had a depressed and guilty expression as she said, "Don't mention it. I've been unlucky since I arrived in Central State City. I originally wanted to buy a few factories, but the day before it was fine. The day after, it mysteriously fell through." This was for sure. The large families all knew that Nangong Yun was a member of Miracle Commerce. Since it was like this, how could they not know why Nangong Yun wanted to buy the factories? With several giants obstructing them, how could a normal small to medium-sized company dare to do business with Nangong Yun? With no other choice, I bought this dojo and named it the Qilin Dojo. Moreover, I created a Qilin Club in the academy, preparing to store high-quality talents for Miracle Commerce. The club's development was not bad at first, taking in over 40 people in less than 5 days, but the good times did not last long. In the past week, anyone who joined the Qilin Club has been beaten up or threatened, so the growth has slowed down. Moreover, more and more people have left the club, and there has even been negative growth. Nangong Yun's face was filled with worry. She was not stupid. Of course, she knew who was playing tricks, but what use was there in knowing? If Nan Gong-yun was alone, how could she fight against these fellows? Chu Tian already understood the general situation. After Nan Gong-yun came to Central State, everything she did was correct. She tried to buy a factory to pave the way for Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's production was still very weak, and recruiting talents was a strategic reserve. What did Miracle Commerce lack the most? Wasn't it just talents? Whether it was research, production, after sales, or other services, they all needed large amounts of talents. If Miracle Commerce wanted to grow, it first had to cultivate its own technical team. Chu Tian looked around and thought about something. What kind of existence is this Qilin Club? Central State Academy allows for the existence of various clubs. Normal clubs are created by students with a bit of prestige, forming an organization within the academy. Some are academic and some are commercial. Nan Gong-yun pointed at the large signboard in the center of the dojo. I created the Qilin Club, and the requirements are very high. You need to be at least in the 9th body refinement layer, and you need to be proficient in refining weapons, talismans, or alchemy. There is no membership fee, you can receive free guidance, and you can even receive large amounts of benefits. It is because of this that many people are attracted. This was a club. Chu Tian had a general understanding. Central State Academy had several tens of thousands of students, so they could not directly join the various companies or participate in mercenary activities. Clubs could make up for these gaps. It allowed the students to receive various research projects or receive mercenary missions to earn money. The club itself was a small group for students to exchange pointers with each other. The benefits that Nan Gong-yun provided were very high. She did not need to pay anything, and as long as she joined, she could receive all kinds of benefits. Moreover, she did not have any restrictions, which was very rare. Even with this, it could be seen how much resistance Nan Gong-yun faced in Central State Academy. Chu Tian nodded. You don't need to be discouraged. You've already done what you needed to do. But I haven't done anything. Isn't this Qilin Club the result of your efforts? Chu Tian patted Nan Gong-yun's shoulder. You've built a good platform for me. Leave the rest to me. Nan Gong-yun did not dare believe it. You can bring the Qilin dojo back to life? That's impossible. This place is already on the verge of collapse. Even if you give them money, no one will come. In Central State Academy, 80% of the aristocratic families were here. Nan Gong-yun only had 1,000,000 gold coins. Even if she gave out free money, how much would she receive? The children of the aristocratic families did not lack this bit of money, so they did not need to take the risk of being beaten. There was no need to mention the children of poor families. To enter Central State Academy from poor families, they had to pay a large price and put in a lot of effort. They cherished this opportunity more than the nobles. Because of this, they were timid and cautious, so they would not put themselves in danger. If their legs were broken or their hands were broken, who would support them? Even if they were killed by the nobles, where would they go to seek justice? In a dangerous place like the Qilin dojo, they could not wait to avoid it. Money is too vulgar. You should think about what the students of Central State Academy really need. Chu Tian confidently said to Nan Gong-yun, if you can take out something that a person truly desires as a lure, not to mention joining the Qilin society, even if there was a fire pit in front of them, there would still be a large number of people that would jump in. Nan Gong-yun was stunned. Then what do you mean? Chu Tian turned around and looked at the giant signboard. From today onwards, the Qilin dojo will be changed to the Qilin dojo. The dojo and the dojo were two completely different concepts. The dojo was for practicing martial arts. The dojo was for teaching and learning. You're right, not practicing martial arts and only teaching. Of course, there will be a fee. I plan on making the Qilin dojo the largest training ground in Central State. Chu Tian turned around to look at the two of them. The students of Central State Academy do not need money, but rather knowledge. If we use this as a lure, will there still be people who will come? Simply put, Chu Tian wanted to make a training class that would cost money. Central State was a place with a rich cultivation atmosphere, and there were many private dojos and dojos on the streets. This meant that there was a market for training classes. Chu Tian wanted to teach Yun Xiao. Didn't he want him to advertise? This was a suitable place, so he could use it. Nan Gongyun revealed a surprised expression. You wouldn't be personally teaching, right? This is not safe. No, I have a better method. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. How many people are there in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? 41. Nan Gongyun added after saying this. Although there aren't many people, they are all good seedlings. They can refine pills, forge weapons, and make talismans. Their backgrounds are clean, and their backgrounds are clean. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Gather everyone here tonight. When Nan Gongyun understood Chu Tian's detailed plan, she revealed a look of surprise. This kind of teaching method Chu Tian could think of. This fellow really was a genius. This was going to be fun. Chapter 141. That night, around 40 people came to the dojo. There were both men and women, all of them quite young. Most of them were injured, and some of them had been beaten black and blue. They all had dejected looks on their faces, looking very listless. When Nan Gongyun saw this, she immediately frowned and said, "What is going on?" "Elder sister, I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. I want to leave." A strong young man had a face filled with regret, but when he looked at Nan Gongyun, he revealed a look of admiration. He really admired this elder sister. Every time someone bullied him, she would always help him. Only he had no other choice. Following Nan Gongyun would not allow him to have a peaceful day. If he wasn't being challenged, he would be plotted against, and he would even be beaten up by a group. His life was filled with endless troubles. Elder sister had treated him well, but he had no choice but to leave. Nan Gongyun had an expressionless face. This was someone ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird rankings and was one of the most important people in the Qilin Hall. If he wanted to leave, how could Nan Gongyun be happy? This person gave a sigh. "I will return everything the dojo gave me, and I am even willing to privately sponsor the dojo, but I really can't stay here anymore. I hope elder sister can understand me." "I don't blame you, and you don't need to compensate me." Nan Gongyun waved her hand. "You can leave." "Thank you, elder sister." He was relieved. He was finally free. He quickly left the dojo. Nan Gongyun saw that everyone's eyes were avoiding her, and their morale was very low, so she loudly asked, "Who else wants to leave? Stand out." A small group of people stood out. There was no lack of people ranked in the 4 great campuses. Nan Gongyun did not stop them. "I've already said that the Qilin Hall does not restrict people's freedom. If you can't stay here and want to leave, you can walk out the door at any time." Everyone revealed a look of admiration, but another quarter of them left. There were only around 30 people left in the hall. They all had bruises on their faces and were filled with depression. Their morale was very low, and they did not know how many more days they could last. Not bad. There were more people left than they had imagined. Most of this was because Yun Xiao had joined, so it raised their morale. Otherwise, at least half of them would have left. "Everyone sit." Nan Gongyun sat cross-legged on the praying mat while Chu Tian and Yun Xiao stood on both sides. These 30 people all sat down. Although there were only 30 people left, each one of them was not simple. The weakest was at the peak 9th body refinement layer, and there was no lack of people at the first or second awakened soul layer. Not only was Nangong Yun beautiful, but she was also powerful and generous. She was also a genius of the Nangong family, so she had her own charisma. Her development was very fast in the early stages, and at one point she had nearly 90 members. Do you regret following me? No regrets. Nangong Yun smiled with satisfaction. Everyone has been wronged, but I am very happy to see so many people persevere. You are all very good, very good. You have passed the test. From now on, you are all officially members of Qilin Hall. Everyone had question marks on their heads. When did the Qilin Dojo become a training hall? Could it be that after so many days, no one had ever joined? Nangong Yun continued. Perhaps you don't realize that from this moment on, your fate has already undergone an earth-shattering change. Speaking of this, she rose again. There is an important matter to announce today. Nangong Yun was wearing a red training suit. Her back was straight. Her breasts were as firm as bamboo shoots. Her buttocks were as round as honey peaches, and her thighs were slender and straight. Her perfect figure, coupled with her straightforward and fiery aura, her eyes were bright and full of expression, and she was full of ambition and passion. She was sexy and wild, and she had the aura of a big sister. I'll ask you first, do you want to become stronger? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Yes, of course we do. Nangong Yun angrily roared. Louder! This old lady can't hear you. The elder sister's fierce aura made everyone tremble. They quickly shouted out, Yes. Do you want to earn large amounts of gold coins? Yes. Do you want to have a high status and be respected by tens of thousands of people? Yes. Do you want to learn the strongest cultivation technique and bring honor to your ancestors and family? Yes. I'll use my actions to tell you that as long as you follow me, anything is possible. Under Nangong Yun's lead, the originally low morale became excited once again. At this time, Yun Xiao and Chu Tian took out a black machine and placed it on the ground. This was a rough-looking steel thing. It was made of two parts. The lower part was a rectangular iron box, and the upper part was connected to a trumpet-shaped thing. It was made very roughly and did not look beautiful at all. However, the structure was very compact. It was probably made by a factory using machinery and then manually assembled by hand. From the outside, one could not see anything unusual about it at all. What kind of strange thing was this? Nangong Yun walked to Yun Zhao's side and slapped him heavily. Does everyone know this person? Ouch! Pain! Pain! Yun Xiao felt as if his shoulder was about to shatter. Winning against dozens of people and shocking the world with a single brilliant feat, however, a few days ago he was just a trash who only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble. How did he suddenly change in such a short period of time? Yun Xiao had an awkward expression. This person's words were too impolite. What did he mean by only knowing how to eat, drink, and gamble? I am still a playboy who is known as the Casanova, all right? Although I agreed to be the boss spokesperson. A spokesperson still has dignity, all right? Yun Zhao's stomach was filled with resentment, but he did not dare vent it out. This female devil beside him was not easy to talk to. The people present had all fought with Yun Xiao before. Not only did Yun Xiao change his body, he had also given them pointers, allowing them to benefit greatly. Could it be that Yun Xiao had become stronger because of a special reason? Nangong Yun saw through everyone's thoughts. Do you want to progress as quickly as him? Do you want to be the center of attention, like him? Now is your chance. Everyone became excited in an instant. Was there really a mysterious secret? Nangong Yun pointed at the rough black machine. This thing is your future. Next, I'll ask Lu Ren to introduce it to everyone. Under the eager gazes of the 30 young men and women, a young man walked out. He was wearing a blue robe and had a long sword on his back. If Nan Gong Yun had not asked him to come out, he would not have had any sense of existence. Chu Tian deliberately kept everyone in suspense. I want to ask everyone, how many of you have heard of Chu Tian before? How many of you have heard of miracle commerce? Chu Tian? Miracle commerce. I know him. He is a legendary young man. The group of young men and women all revealed excited expressions. How could they not have heard of him? The electric lamps that were smuggled from South Sky City were sold for 4 or 5 times the price. The qi refining pills that were sent from South Sky City were sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. This was the masterpiece of miracle commerce. As for Chu Tian, he was even more amazing. He had beaten up Prince Tianlang and made Wolf King Yi Wudao suffer. He was simply an omnipotent, legendary young man. Although he was not a person from Central State City, he had become the idol of countless Central State City youths. There were even people who compared him to the 4 young masters. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. Since everyone has heard of him, then it's easy to explain. However, you only know that Chu Tian is the chairman of Miracle Commerce, but you don't know that elder sister Nan Gong Yun is actually a high-level member of Miracle Commerce. Everyone was stunned. This could explain why so many people were against her. Chu Tian returned to the main topic. Every person has unlimited potential. As long as they receive the right guidance, it is not a problem for them to advance 1,000 miles in a single day. It is a pity that geniuses are common, but good teachers are rare. Fate is not fair. Every person is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Some people are born with a golden spoon in their mouths, and some people have nothing. There are countless people with great potential, but because they did not receive the best guidance, they ended up becoming mediocre. That's right. That's right. There were over 100 million people in Central State. Was there really no one that could compare to the 4 young masters? But so what if they had a talent that could compare to the 4 young masters? If they were born low, they might not even have the qualifications to practice a good cultivation technique, not to mention the large amount of resources and the guidance of the best teachers. Miracle Commerce is best at subverting everything. Chu Tian interrupted everyone's thoughts. This time, Yun Xiao is the first person to benefit from this. There will be a second, a third, countless others. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Could Yun Xiao's counterattack really be replicated? Chu Tian pointed at the strange machine and said, "This thing is Miracle Commerce's newest masterpiece. It is a large gift that elder sister Nan Gong Yun has brought to Central State. This is a mysterious phonograph." What kind of strange thing was this? Why had they never heard of it before? This phonograph was something that Chu Tian had drawn based on the pictures in the ancient books. He had Tong Xiaoyu design it, and then he had informed Jing Hao that night. He had Jing Hao use his family's factory to manufacture the parts and assemble a few for use. Because it was done in a hurry, it looked very rough, but it did not affect its functionality. Saying more is useless. Everyone, come and experience it. Chu Tian took out a disc like magic. This disc was made of magnetic sound stone and was around 20 centimeters in diameter. There were runes engraved all over it. Chu Tian showed the magnetic sound stone disc to everyone and then walked over to the phonograph. He carefully placed the disc into the phonograph, perfectly embedding it into a groove. The round groove was also covered in runes. When the runes in the groove and the disc matched, the source energy array on the magnetic sound stone began to glow. Finally, under the effect of spirit energy, it began to slowly spin. Z, Z. From the trumpet-shaped thing, there was a burst of noise. From the trumpet, a low and hoarse voice rang out, "Hello, everyone." Everyone at the scene was startled. Damn, this machine can talk. Is it a spirit? No, there must be someone hiding inside. I've heard that there are some small races on the continent that can fit into this box. Everyone began to discuss. To them, this scene was simply too unbelievable. Who would have thought that when the magnetic sound stone continued to be installed, the low and deep voice from the phonograph would continue to sound out? Today's class topic is source energy refining skills. The phonograph slowly began to spin. That voice filled the entire hall. There was not a single sound. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide enough to fit an apple. It can't be. It could even teach. Chu Tian used a gear-like device on the side to turn the volume of the simple radio to the max, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. Source energy is the root of a cultivator's strength. There are some cultivators that only know how to increase the amount of spirit energy, but they do not know how to increase the quality of their spirit energy. Quantity is not weight. So in the long run, their spirit energy will become mottled and impurities will accumulate in their meridians, causing damage to their body and causing hidden illnesses. Source energy refining? Was there such a thing? Everyone was attracted by this. Everyone only knew how to wildly increase their spirit energy and make their spirit energy stronger. They had never heard that spirit energy could be refined and that it could bring unexpected benefits. Everyone stopped discussing and held their breaths as they listened. In less than 2 minutes, everyone was deeply immersed in it. This was because this person's lecture was too good. There were countless profound spirit energy and skills that were explained in a simple manner, allowing people to easily understand it. Not to mention the people here. Even Nangong Yun and Yun Xiao were stunned. It was good. It was too good. The Central State Academy's teachers were not even qualified to carry its shoes. This was a true master-level lecturer. The entire class lasted for 45 minutes. The voice in the box spoke in a steady manner, explaining the profound principles in a simple manner. From beginning to end, there was not a single unnecessary word, and each word was just right. Each word hit the nail on the head, and every needle hit the nail on the head. Spirit energy refining does not only increase one's cultivation base, it also increases one's battle strength. It allows one's spirit energy to be more flexible and allows one's cultivation technique to be faster. I hope that everyone will pay attention to the refining of spirit energy and not blindly chase after increasing one's cultivation base. You have to know, haste makes waste. That's all for this class. When the voice disappeared, everyone was still in shock and did not react. Pa. It was unknown who was clapping. Everyone seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly began to clap. The applause became louder and louder, becoming more and more intense. It was as if the person in the box could hear it. Excitement. Excitement. The depression from this period of time had been swept away and was replaced with a pleasant surprise. This was a great invention, an epoch-making invention. Chapter 142. Everyone's hearts could not calm down for a long time. Why was the box able to speak? But this was no longer important. This box's lecture was just too good. Even the best teacher in Central State Academy could not compare to even 1/100th of it. That outstanding and advanced gaze, that wise and sharp point of view. Perfect, it was too perfect. It would be great if they could hear it again. Everyone began to discuss with each other. Each person had a look of pleasant surprise and excitement on their faces, because they saw an opportunity. This was a chance to change their destiny. Everyone quiet down. I know the doubts in your hearts, so I'll explain it to you right now. Chu Tian took out the disc and raised it up high, letting everyone see it clearly. This small disc has the ability to store sound. As for this device, it can read the stored sound and play it back. Therefore, it is named phonograph. Phonograph? Good name. Good name. After Chu Tian said this, he gently snapped his fingers. Yun Xiao quickly came out with a large plate. There were over 20 magnetic sound discs neatly stacked on top of it. Each disc was personally recorded by Chu Tian. It includes cultivation technique analysis, martial arts guidance, alchemy, talisman, arrays, and other fields. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you want to listen to Chu Tian's lecture? Do you want to share Chu Tian's wisdom? Do you want to learn Chu Tian's knowledge? An opportunity bestowed by the heavens is right in front of you. I believe that as long as you study in Qilin Hall for a week, everyone will be reborn and everyone will experience an unprecedented transformation. There is no doubt that this is a place that can change your destiny. Teaching is the main business of Qilin Hall right now. Our business is not limited to this. In the future, as the training hall continues to develop, we will introduce even more special services. We will create cultivation plans and special training for everyone, increasing their strength and cultivation bases. We want to create the strongest training organization in history. Yun Xiao can be reborn. You can do it too. Pa, pa, pa. Everyone's eyes turned red, and they all stood up to wildly applaud. How could they not be crazy? Yun Xiao had been reborn in just a few days. He had gone from a useless playboy to a genius. He could do it. Why can't we? Nangong Yin also admired Chu Tian from the bottom of her heart. Although he didn't personally appear to teach everyone, he came up with the idea of creating this phonograph and indirectly teaching by recording the lessons in sound. Not only could it attract talents for miracle commerce, it could also greatly increase its influence, and it could even earn a large sum of money. There were too many benefits, and it was more than just killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I really don't know how he came up with that. As long as Chu Tian recorded 1 copy, he could make thousands of copies. The value that could be created from this could not be measured with money. This temptation was something that all the students could not resist. What's the big deal about giving money? Qilin Hall could give people a brand new future. This would become the most amazing training class in Central State City's history. Nangong Yun looked at the people, who were filled with excitement and joy. It was like she could already see the explosive future of Qilin Hall. Perhaps when these people looked back in the future, they would know just how lucky they were to join Qilin Hall. Chu Tian's tone changed. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. All of Qilin Hall's services require a fee. As soon as he said that, everyone calmed down. That's right, Miracle Commerce did not have the obligation to train them for free, and Qilin Hall did not have the obligation to give them benefits for free. Qilin Hall will open many classes in the future, and they will all be charged. Currently, each class will be priced from 1 to 500,000 gold coins. What? 1 to 500,000 gold coins? It was just a single class. Even if Yun Tianhe personally taught a class, it would not be this expensive. Chu Tian continued to say, "Everyone, don't think it's too expensive. The class that you just listened to for free was only the lowest class worth 10,000 gold coins. The higher the fee, the more valuable the content. Sometimes it will even talk about new technology that has not appeared on the continent yet. If you can benefit from it, the value will be 10 times or even 100 times greater." The class that they just listened to was only the lowest class that cost 10,000 gold coins. This was 10 times or 100 times better than any teacher in Central State City. Then, how much value would the most expensive class have? This phonograph was something that had never been heard of in Central State City before, so it was already a priceless treasure. This kind of fee was completely reasonable. Of course, you are all senior members of Qilin Hall, so you should receive special treatment. If you want to join Qilin Hall now, you will need to pay 100,000 gold coins. Not only will you be exempted from the 100,000 gold coins membership fee, you will also become an official member of Qilin Hall. You will also enjoy other special benefits. 100,000 gold coins membership fee. Could it be that the people that wanted to join Qilin Hall would have to pay at least 100,000 gold coins? None of the organizations in Central State Academy dared to charge this much. This was just too crazy. Only Qilin Hall members have the qualifications to listen to the middle and high-level classes. Because the training hall has just begun to develop, it urgently needs to expand. Right now, we are opening up a recommendation reward event. For every low-level class, as long as you bring an outsider that has never attended before, you will receive half of the fee. For every person that you recommend to join the training hall, you will receive 50,000 gold coins worth of tuition subsidies. You will also receive a 5% discount on all purchases made in the training hall. If you can recommend 50 people to join the training hall, not only will you receive a large amount of tuition subsidies and an 8% discount, you will also be promoted to a high-level training hall member. All low-level classes will be at half price, and you will also receive the qualifications to buy low-level class discs. If you can recommend 100 people to join the association, not only will you enjoy the privileges mentioned above, you will also receive a 10% cash rebate, a limited edition phonograph, and 5 sets of low-level course discs for free every month. Furthermore, you will also receive the right to open a branch library. This series of benefits caused everyone's eyes to be dazzled. Whether it is inside or outside of Central State Academy, Qilin Hall will treat everyone equally. Everyone can bring their friends, family, and brothers to join. As long as they are not from the Chu, Luo, or Yi families, Qilin Hall will accept them. Chu Tian continued to announce, "Do you want to obtain more knowledge? Do you want to earn a large sum of money? Then go and do it. Next, I will announce the class schedule for tomorrow." Yun Xiao came out with a red notice that was as tall as a person and placed it in front of everyone. On the board, there were large golden words that stated the names of the classes. 36 Beginner Alchemy Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 36 Beginner Symbol Crafting Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 36 Beginner Combat Martial Skills 1, 20,000 yuan. 81 Beginner Array Skills 1, 30,000 yuan. 30 Beginner Cultivation Techniques 1, 80,000 yuan. The cheapest class here cost 20,000 yuan, and the most expensive class cost 80,000 yuan. Everyone noticed that the classes had serial numbers, which meant that it was a complete set of classes. Did they have to listen to several dozen classes for a single class? With such a high price for each class, how much money would it cost to listen to a single class? Everyone did a simple calculation and broke out in a cold sweat. However, they were not afraid. Rather, they were filled with excitement. Opportunity. This was a giant opportunity. The more classes there were, the more knowledge there would be. If they listened to the entire class, how big of a transformation would they receive? The more money they spent, the more opportunities they would have. As senior members of Qilin Hall, if they recommended people to join, they would be able to enjoy a high discount. If they recommended a rich person, they would be able to learn the entire class. Just the money they would receive would be enough for them to study and cultivate. Those who paid attention would find that these were all beginner basic classes. Then would there be intermediate basic classes, advanced basic classes, and above the beginner basic classes? How many advanced classes were there? Knowledge. It was all knowledge. This was simply a sea of knowledge. Only each type of knowledge required money to buy. Chu Tian's speech ended here. Nangong Yun suppressed the excitement in her heart, and her face turned red. She stood up and loudly shouted, "Did you all hear me clearly? Don't say that elder sister doesn't share good things with you. Quickly go. I've already given you the opportunity. Go develop the market, go advertise, and go bring new people to the training hall. Whether you can earn money or not, whether you can make a comeback, will all depend on your own skills. Yes, everyone began to leave. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that couldn't wait to hunt. Nangongyan pulled Chu Tian to the side. Boss, aren't you a bit too ruthless? A single class costs several tens of thousands. Will there really be people coming? You have to know that 10,000 gold coins to a normal cultivator is a large sum of money. It's enough for a normal person to live a carefree life. Yun Xiao also felt that this fellow Chu Tian was too ruthless. Even a famous grandmaster like his grandfather would not dare to charge this much for a single class. Wasn't this ripping people off? Chu Tian's asking price was too black, and this was only the basic content. A single class would cost at least 1 million, and at most several million. Who would come at this price? The training hall hadn't even opened yet, so there wouldn't be an awkward silence. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would disdainfully say, "What do you know? No matter how much money you spend to listen to Father's class, it's not worth it. I want to teach you more advanced content, but you haven't even learned how to crawl. Can you even fly? Don't waste words. Hurry up and tidy up. This place will be very crowded in the next few days." Who told him to be the boss? The two of them could only helplessly do as he said. Since this place was already half dead, it wouldn't be that bad. Actually, the content Chu Tian had recorded was only the most basic of the basics. Chu Tian did not even take out any of his personal items and just followed his memory. He recited all the textbooks from the future and made them into magnetic sound discs. Just like this. He dared to ask for a sky-high price. There was a reason for Chu Tian's confidence. The contents of the textbooks were tens of thousands of years ago, the crystallization of countless scholars. Even the most basic textbooks were written 30,000 years ahead of time. Some of the basic formations, runes, and formulas mentioned in the book were all priceless existences in this era. Was Chu Tian's price expensive? It wasn't expensive at all. Chu Tian had established the Qilin Hall to earn money for himself and to attract talents. He wanted to recruit people for miracle commerce and pave the way for its future development. Of course, although he did not directly show his face, his actions were too big. It would attract the attention of many families in Central State, and all kinds of troubles could not be avoided. Chu Tian had already prepared his heart. What would come would come. When was he afraid? Chapter 143. Zhao Kun left Qilin Hall and was filled with excitement as he walked back. The phonograph was an epoch-making invention, perhaps even more creative than the electric light. The lessons recorded in these magnetic sound discs were more than a few thousand years ahead of the academy, causing Zhao Kun to be shocked. He could not wait to listen to all the lessons. I thought it was strange. How did that bastard Yun Xiao improve so quickly? If I had this kind of resources, I wouldn't lose to this guy at all. It was just that Zhao Kun was born in a poor family and did not have the support of a wealthy family. Such expensive tuition fees. Even if he sold his pots and pans, he would not be able to afford it. Zhao Kun was not willing to fall behind others. You can't die from holding in your urine. There must be a way. The surrounding curtain of night shook a few times, and several figures suddenly jumped out, instantly surrounding Zhao Kun. Not good. Zhao Kun turned his head and wanted to escape. He. I've waited so long for you. This fierce-looking man stood in front of him with a cold expression. The other 6 people also had powerful auras. They were all experts with extraordinary strength. Wang Meng, what are you doing? Wang Meng was ranked 26th on the Azure Dragon leaderboard, while Zhao Kun was ranked 26th on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. On the surface, their rankings were the same, but Wang Meng was much stronger than Zhao Kun. Of the 4 campuses of Central State Academy, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the weakest. The experts on the Vermilion Bird ranking could not compare to the other 3 rankings. What for? Wang Meng cracked his knuckles, and popping sounds came from his knuckles. He revealed a fiendish smile as he looked at him. I've already warned you not to go to the Qilin dojo. What was the result? You treat my words as farts. If I don't give them a taste of suffering, who will listen to me in the future? Damn it, they really came to look for trouble. Wang Meng alone was hard enough to deal with, not to mention the number of people on the other side. Boss, why are you talking nonsense with him? Beat him until he can't stand, and pee. Let's see if he still dares to disobey. Wang Meng's brothers were eager to try. Withdrawing is impossible. Zhao Kun also threw caution to the wind, his face full of determination as he roared, "My rotten life is worthless. Take it if you can." Wang Meng was puzzled. Are you constipated? Wasn't it just quitting the club? It's as if you want to kill your own father. Is there a need to do this? You know nothing. How dare you talk to me like that? Wang Meng flew into a rage and was about to attack. Zhao Kun suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Wang Meng, why didn't you use your brain to think about it? Why did Yun Xiao suddenly become famous in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard? Why did Yun Xiao publicly join Qilin Hall after being in the limelight? He is advertising for Qilin Hall." Wang Meng was confused. Advertisements? What advertisement? Yun Xiao has been reborn after studying in Qilin Hall for 3 days. Even you wouldn't be able to block 2 slashes from him now. Is it true? Wang Meng was shocked. You don't believe me? Zhao Kun's eyes flashed. How about we make a deal? Qilin Hall has a few classes tomorrow, and I recommend you attend. 1 class costs 20,000 gold coins. Uffed. Wang Meng was furious. 20,000 gold coins for a lesson. This bastard is treating me like a fool. Everyone, charge. Beat him up. Zhao Kun also threw caution to the wind. I will help you. Wang Meng was stunned again. 20,000 gold coins. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it wasn't a small amount. At the very least, a normal body refinement cultivator would not be able to take out this much money, even for awakened soul cultivators like them. 20,000 gold coins was enough to buy an elixir to increase their cultivation. Zhao Kun said, I'll help you pay for it. If you're satisfied, then you can return the money to me. If you're not satisfied, then I won't give you a single cent. Was this true or false? Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. 20,000 gold coins for a lesson. This kind of fee was close to the top scholars in Central State. Could there be a mysterious expert hidden in Qilin Hall thinking about Yun Zhao's changes over the past 2 days? This was completely possible. Brother Meng, what do? I think we can give it a try. After all, Yun Zhao's changes are too strange. Since this fool is paying, let's join in the fun. Wang Meng and his brothers were filled with curiosity. It was just like what Chu Tian had said to the Central State Academy students. Knowledge was far more enticing than money. All right, we'll give it a try. If I find out that you're speaking nonsense, Father will beat you until you can't piss your pants. Zhao Kun let out a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped this calamity. Wang Meng led his brothers away. When they returned to the Azure Dragon Courtyard, there were many students discussing something. Did you hear? A mysterious treasure has appeared in Central State Academy. Treasure? What treasure? It's something called a phonograph. It can record everything a person says into it. And it's said that there are people on the level of a grandmaster that are using this to spread their lessons. Is this true or false? You don't believe me. I saw it with my own eyes. There are even rumors saying that Yun Xiao was reborn because he had been trained there. Is this true or false? How about we go and take a look? Wang Meng and the others were stunned. That brat really wasn't speaking nonsense. In just a short night, the news had spread throughout Central State Academy. When the disciples of Qilin Hall returned home, they tried to convince their friends and family members, trying to win them over. Winning people over not only brought them benefits, it also brought them unexpected surprises. With Qilin Hall's resources, it was inevitable for them to rise. So the earlier they joined, the better. Phonograph. What was that? They had never heard of it before. With several dozen mouths spreading it, it became even more mysterious. How could a machine speak? What nonsense! What kind of principle was the phonograph made? Another even more important piece of news was spread. Yun Xiao being reborn and reaching the second rank of the Vermilion Bird rankings was also because of this. How could this be? Everyone began to ask around and find the source, the Vermilion Bird Academy's Qilin Hall. This was a normal training hall, but it had a series of classes. The fees were so high that it made people's hair stand on end. But with Qilin Hall's high price and Yun Xiao's image as their spokesperson, as well as the mysterious phonograph, with these two big gimmicks and the recommendation of the training hall's members, people couldn't help being skeptical. There were some rich people that decided to give it a try. The next morning, it was the first day of business for Qilin Hall. What kind of training hall is this? Wang Meng walked into the simple Qilin Hall and looked around. They actually have the nerve to run a business like this. Zhao Kuan was too lazy to care about him and went to pay the fees. This way, please. There were a total of 5 classes today, and 3 of them cost 20,000 gold coins. Zhao Kuan's class was 30 kinds of foundation martial arts 1. The training hall was very big, and there were 20 to 30 prayer mats. Currently, there were only around 10 people. Most of them were familiar faces, and there were only a few unfamiliar faces. Yun Xiao gave a yawn and walked out while digging his earwax. Sit properly. Sit properly. Everyone be quiet. Everyone instantly shut their mouths. After he became famous in the academy, no one dared to offend him anymore. Yun Xiao's appearance in Qilin Hall had undoubtedly confirmed the rumors and filled the newcomers with anticipation. He took out a heavy phonograph and placed it in the center. Prepare yourselves. It's starting. Yun Xiao carefully placed a magnetic sound stone in and activated the phonograph array. It began to operate, and a noise came from the loudspeaker. Z, Z, Z. The entire training hall was silent. No one blinked, and they all pricked up their ears to listen. Finally, a low and clear voice came from the loudspeaker. Hello, everyone. Wang Meng and the others who were listening for the first time all opened their eyes wide in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. This was too mysterious. This rough and heavy machine could really speak by itself. For these people who lived in this era, even if they broke their heads, they still wouldn't know what was going on. Today's class is the first of the 36 kinds of foundation martial arts. Fighting ability is a quality that a cultivator must have. So how can you effectively increase your fighting ability? Have you already displayed your strongest battle strength? Today's class will discuss this problem through foundation martial arts. The disc slowly turned on the phonograph. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone had the same expression on their faces. That low and deep magnetic voice came from the flower-shaped loudspeaker. From different angles, it analyzed the essence of martial arts and introduced a few very practical battle techniques. It even explained the classical martial arts taught in the academy, breaking them down and improving them one by one. Wang Meng's surprise gradually turned into a pleasant surprise before finally turning into shock. He was originally filled with disdain. What was so good about learning foundation martial arts? Wasn't this the same routine for thousands of years? Even if it was explained and improved, would it be able to soar to the sky? After listening to the detailed explanation from the phonograph, Wang Meng realized for the first time that there were actually so many unbelievably profound techniques in foundation martial arts. What was called 10,000 transformations return to the origin. What was called the Great Tao is the simplest. These seemingly simple martial arts were harder to innovate and improve. Wang Meng only realized at this moment that the foundation martial arts that he had painstakingly trained for so many years were worse than trash. It was simply full of loopholes. Unbelievable. Unimaginable. The more Wang Meng listened, the more excited he became. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. The voice from the phonograph was like an extremely experienced master. Not a single word was nonsense. Every word contained wisdom, and every theory far surpassed the thousands of years of knowledge in books. This was a brand new foundation martial arts system. Wang Meng was overwhelmed with emotions at this moment. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. Today's class will end here. If you want to know more, please pay attention to the second broadcast of the 36 kinds of foundation martial arts. In the second broadcast, we will introduce a few classical movement techniques that will allow you to advance and retreat freely in battle. Goodbye, everyone. It's over? How could it be over? Why is it over? Continue broadcasting. Wang Meng stood up. I'll pay. Yun Xiao carelessly sat beside the phonograph and glanced at him. Fuck, you can listen as long as you pay. Do you think you're listening to a play in a brothel? Scram. Wang Meng forcefully scratched his head. This was too torturous. Because the lecture was too good, most of the time he was in a shocked state. When he came back to his senses, the lecture was already over and he did not remember much of the content. It had to be known. The master's lecture seemed very simple, but it actually contained a lot of information. It was worth carefully studying. Zhao Kuan stood up with a notebook in his hand. You wrote down notes? Wang Meng glanced at the notebook and saw that it was densely packed. He was like a man who had eaten several pounds of aphrodisiac and saw a naked beauty. He excitedly jumped up and reached out to grab it. Quick! Let me see it. This master has many theories and hidden knowledge. I will need to study it for a few days before I can fully understand it. Why should I give it to you? Zhao Kuan did not give him any face. Do you know how much this knowledge is worth? The money for today's lecture was even paid for by me. Wang Meng loudly roared. Fuck, what does 20,000 gold coins count for? Can this be measured with money? You're F** King Vulgar. You want money, right? Father has money. I'll give you 100,000 to buy your notebook. Quickly let me see it. I want it too. Me too. My family has money. Let me see it first. The people Wang Meng brought all gathered around him. Fuck. Wang Meng's eyes almost popped out. Are you rebelling? Who is the boss? Scram for me. Wang Meng's prestige was very high. If he said one, no one dared to go against him. Of course, that was normal. Today's development had far surpassed anyone's expectations. Young Master Wang Meng is too arrogant. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. We will be Qilin Hall's people in the future, so we need to draw our boundaries. That's right. This fellow has beaten up Qilin Hall's people, so we don't want to be associated with you. Humph, daring to beat up Qilin Hall's people is the same as beating up our fellow citizens. We will never coexist with you from now on. Wang Meng was about to explode with anger. These grandsons were burning bridges after crossing the river. When we beat up Qilin Hall's members, didn't you all have a part in it? Now that you've wiped your butts and left, it's fine if you betray us, but you still want to put shit on Father's head. What is this? If he couldn't join Qilin Hall because of this matter, Wouldn't that be asking for his life? Chapter 144. Yes, he was the one who beat me last time. Several senior Chelan Hall elders came over with faces filled with anger. How could they let this go? This fellow had taken the lead to beat up Chelan Hall's students. It was fine if he didn't find elder sister Nangong to beat him up, but this fellow actually came to the training hall to listen to a lecture. Wang Meng's expression changed. Wait, it was a misunderstanding. I was also bewitched by others, so I did such a stupid thing. Cut the crap and chase him out. Get lost. You're not welcome here. Wang Meng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It would have been fine if he was rejected by a normal training hall, but the knowledge he could learn in Chelan Hall could definitely change his fate. How could he be willing to give up like this? I'll compensate you for your mental damage and medical expenses. If it still doesn't work, I'll let you guys beat me up. As long as I don't die or become crippled, I'll endure it. Wang Meng threw caution to the wind. All right, everyone, don't be angry. Zhao Kun saw that everyone was filled with righteous indignation and immediately came out to be the peacemaker, since he is willing to compensate us. Then let him compensate us. Right now is the time for Chelan Hall's expansion, so turning enemies into friends is a good thing. Wang Meng was sweating profusely as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, everyone will be a family from now on. If anyone dares to go against Chelan Hall, then they will be going against me. Wang Meng. Zhao Kun had quite a bit of influence in Chelan Hall, so everyone gave him some face. You want to join the guild? Zhao Kun's gaze swept across the few of them. Then pay the membership fee of 100,000 gold coins first. Membership fee of 100,000 gold coins. That was indeed a little high. He had never heard of any dojo that dared to charge such a high entrance fee. Do you think you'll lose out by paying 100,000 yuan? Let me tell you, Chelan Hall's newest benefit. Out of the 100,000 gold coins, 50,000 gold coins will be deposited in the Chelan Gymnasium as your tuition fees. In the future, your tuition fees will be directly deducted from these fees. From now on, the full amount of the membership fee you pay every month will be deposited into your tuition fees. Anyway, it's money that has to be spent. After you become a member, you'll be qualified to listen to the intermediate and advanced courses. Is it expensive? Wang Meng said, It's not expensive. Not expensive. Too cheap. I'll pay. A membership fee of 100,000. 50,000 of them would be given to the introducer as a subsidy, and the other 50,000 would be used as his own tuition fees. In the future, a minimum of 5% of the tuition fees would be returned to the introducer. Zhao Kun did some calculations. This time, he recommended 7 people to join the association. Wouldn't that mean that he had earned 350,000 yuan in tuition fees? These fellows were all born in large families, so each one of them had a lot of money. In the future, they would have to spend a lot of money in Chelan Hall, so wouldn't they have a steady stream of passive income? Other than that, with the knowledge obtained from Chelan Hall, as long as he studied it at home, he could sell it outside or use other methods to exchange it for money. If that was the case, this Chelan Hall was not only a place to cultivate, it was also a good place to start a business. If Zhao Kun could recommend 100 people to join, not only would he obtain a higher percentage of returns, he would also obtain the right to open a branch library. When Zhao Kun thought of this, his blood started to boil. Weren't you worried about not having enough money yesterday? Now it seemed like Chelan Hall was not only a springboard for him to change his fate, it was also a great cause that was worth fighting for. The latest benefits. Yun Xiao walked out with a lazy expression. According to Elder Sister's research, we've made a decision. Chelan Hall will have a free open class every month that only official members can enjoy. Other than that, normal members will have a 20% discount. Our Chelan Hall is only open for the first time, and our resources are very limited, so we will be recruiting a limited number of people. If you're late, there won't be any left. If you don't join now, there won't be any spots left. What? There was a limited number of people? Why didn't you say so earlier? What did 100,000 gold coins count for? Wang Meng's group anxiously rushed over and slapped several gold coin cards on the table. Their faces turned red as they handed them over. I want to join Chelan Hall right now. I'll save 500,000 gold coins first. Everyone rushed forward, striving to be the first. The popularity of this scene far surpassed their expectations. Yun Zhao's heart was secretly filled with joy. Boss really had foresight. He and Nangong Yun were worried about the awkward atmosphere, but the number of people joining far surpassed their expectations. God, if this trend continued, he and his elder sister would be able to take 10% of the income, which would be a terrifying number. He pretended to not care. What are you so anxious for? One by one. Line up. Over 10 people lined up to join Chelan Hall. The lowest one paid 100,000 gold coins, and the highest one directly took out all of their money to strengthen their determination to join Chelan Hall. This was truly ironic. Wang Meng had received a bribe from someone before. He had brought people to beat up Chelan Hall's members and tried to destroy Chelan Hall's development. In the end, he had been brought by Zhao Kuan for a lesson and changed sides without any hesitation. This was the charm of knowledge. This was the power of knowledge. It was hard to resist, and it made people go crazy. Nangong Yun counted the numbers at night and was so excited that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. There were a total of 5 lessons today, and we gained over 30 members. We earned over 3 million gold coins in membership fees and over 1 million gold coins from the lessons. There were even a few people who directly deposited several 100,000 gold coins. Our total income today is over 7 million gold coins. They had earned over 7 million gold coins in a single day. Yun Xiao almost fainted from fright. This was only the first day. Chelan Hall's influence had not been completely released yet, but the number of members had already doubled, and they had earned a large amount of money. If this continued to develop, wouldn't it be terrible? After Chu Tian obtained this number, he gave a satisfied nod. It's a bit better than what I imagined. Keep working hard tomorrow. We'll only accept 300 people for the first period, and we'll raise the threshold a bit. I don't want any random cat or dog to come in, especially the fellows from the 3 great families. Nangong Yun nodded. You can be assured. Yun Xiao, go and tell your sister that we'll be in trouble and might even be in danger. Tell her to keep an eye on the people from the 3 great families and report to me if anything strange happens. Understood. After seeing Chu Tian's miraculous way of making money, how could the 2 of them not admire him? They had never seen this kind of scene before. Everyone was rushing to give him money, as if they would miss out on a spot if they were a step late. On the second day, Chelan Hall's situation was even more lively than yesterday. There were over 100 people who came to Chelan Hall to listen to the lessons, but Chelan Hall's recruitment standards had been raised. They did not accept those who were too old, they did not accept those who were too weak, and they did not accept those from the 3 great families. In the end, they only accepted half of the people. That day's total income reached 8 million gold coins. The people who were not accepted were all anxious. It was a good thing that Chelan Hall did not have any high-level classes. Outsiders could still attend the normal classes, but they did not have as many benefits. This was not a long-term plan. Those who did not have enough strength quickly went home and found people who met the requirements. No matter what, they had to occupy a spot first. There were even some people who persuaded their families to leave the 3 great families and join the Yun family. They just wanted to join Chelan Hall as soon as possible. In just a short 2 days, Chilenhal's total income was 15 million gold coins. The Yun siblings took 10%, Tong Xiaoyu and Jinghao took 10%, Nangong Yun took 10%, and another 10% was reserved for the development of the hall. The rest was taken by Chu Tian. Not bad. His pockets were bulging again. This was not enough. Chu Tian did not have to worry about money anymore. When Chilenhal's first batch of people was filled, Chu Tian would have enough money to buy the elemental source stone. In this period of time, the Chilenhal members were like a pack of wolves, searching for food all day long, whether it was in the academy or outside. As long as they did not belong to the 3 great families and met the requirements, they would all be sent to Chilenhal. Since they could give others an unexpected surprise and also bring benefits to themselves, why wouldn't they do it? This kind of viral marketing had spread in less than a week. There were over 300 Chilenhal members, and it was almost full. The small hall was already filled to the brim. Their total income was over 40 million gold coins. Even if they didn't give the money to their partners, it was still enough to satisfy Chu Tian's needs. This week's profit had already surpassed the total profits of Miracle Commerce. This did not mean that Miracle Commerce's profits were low, but rather that Chilenhal's development had a ceiling. Chilenhal's standards were very high. They had to have a certain cultivation base, a skill, and they had to be young and have potential. In this week's time, the 4 ranked disciples had joined in almost half a day. Their development speed would definitely slow down in the future, and knowledge was limited. If Chu Tian wanted to maintain Chilenhal's attraction, he had to constantly update his knowledge. Since they had already earned enough money, in order to maintain the quality of Chilenhal, Chu Tian temporarily stopped accepting members. Those who were slow to react could only beat their chests in regret. Other than that, the strong rise of Chilenhal had attracted the attention of many powers in Central State. The 4 campuses were filled with geniuses from the 4 great families, so it was impossible for the 4 great families not to know about Chilenhal's glory. Not to mention the fact that Chilenhal had given a hard and fast rule. The Chu, Yi, and Luo families were not allowed to join. This was clearly making things difficult for the 3 great clans. The boss of Chilenhal on the surface was Miracle Commerce's Nangong Yun, so it was not hard to imagine the cause and effect. Although they did not know what was so special about Chilenhal that it could rise in such a short period of time, how could the 3 great families turn a blind eye to an enemy that had risen so quickly? Because of this, the 3 great families sent out messengers and held a secret meeting to discuss countermeasures. From the speed of Chilenhal's growth, trying to interfere or threaten them would not be effective. This was because there were too many people from small and medium-sized families joining. They had already formed a group and could resist the pressure of the 3 great families. What are you afraid of? Central State City is our territory. Chilenhal only has the Yun family secretly supporting them. If the 3 of us work together, even if we blow up Chilenhal, what can the Yun family do to us? We'll do it together. Each of our 3 families will send out an expert, and we'll use violence to solve it. In short, we can't let them grow any stronger. Not only that, we will also steal their things. As Miracle Commerce became stronger and stronger in South Sky City, the 3 great families felt like there was a blade on their backs. However, with Shun Fengho's appearance, they could not directly go to Central State to find trouble with Chu Tian. Therefore, the 3 great families could only create news in Central State and pour mud on Chu Tian. They wanted to destroy Chu Tian's image before his influence spread to Central State. However, how many days had it been? Miracle Commerce's influence used this method to gradually take root in Central State City, and Chu Tian had not even made an official appearance yet. Chilenhal's strategic value far surpassed its economic value. Chelan Hall gathered over 100 disciples of the small and medium-sized families in Central State, with many talents in various fields. Compared to money, Miracle Commerce lacked people more. Other than lacking people, they lacked supporters even more. Once Chelan Hall matured, with Miracle Commerce's backing, it would become a natural talent reserve for Miracle Commerce. Because of this, there would be hundreds of small and medium-sized families that would support them. It had to be said that Miracle Commerce's move was correct. It could be considered killing many birds with one stone, solving several difficult problems. This was a foundation for entering Central State City. From this move, the three great families realized that Miracle Commerce was preparing to enter the main city. Their speed was just too fast. The company had only been established for 2 months, and they actually wanted to leave South Sky City to develop in the main city, no matter the cost. Before Chelan Hall could expand, they had to completely kill them. Not only did they have to destroy them, they also had to take away their core technology. This was the territory of the four great families. So what could they do even if they went too far? Rather than dragging things out, it was better to settle things in one step and use the most direct and violent methods to achieve their goal. This would show their swift and decisive methods and merciless attitude.